Book Second of the Joyful Wisdom, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Joyful Wisdom by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. Book Second, Part 2. 87. The Conceit of the Artists. I think artists often do not know what they can do best, because they are too conceited, and have set their minds on something loftier than those little plants appear to be, which can grow up to perfection on their soil, fresh, rare, and beautiful. The final value of their own garden and vineyard is superciliously underestimated by them, and their love and their insight are not of the same quality. Here is a musician who more than anything else has a genius for discovering the tones peculiar to suffering, oppressed, tortured souls, and can endow even dumb animals with speech. No one equals him in the colours of the late autumn, in the indescribable touching happiness of a last, a final, and all too short enjoyment. He knows a chord for those secret and weird midnights of the soul, when cause and effect seem out of joint, and when every instant something may originate "out of nothing." He draws his resources best of all out of the lower depths of human happiness, and, so to speak, out of its drained goblet, where the bitterest and most nauseous drops have ultimately, for good or for ill, commingled with the sweetest. He knows the weary shuffling along of the soul which can no longer leap or fly, yea, not even walk. He has the shy glance of concealed pain, of understanding without comfort, of leave-taking without avowal. Yea, as the Orpheus of all secret misery, he is greater than anyone. And, in fact, much has been added to art by him which was hitherto inexpressible, and not even thought worthy of art, and which was only to be scared away by words and not grasped. Many small and quite microscopic features of the soul. Yes, he is the master of miniature. But he does not wish to be so. His character is more in love with large walls and daring frescoes. He fails to see that his spirit has a different taste and inclination, and prefers to sit quietly in the corners of ruined houses. Concealed in this way, concealed even from himself, he there paints his proper masterpieces, all of which are very short, often only 1 bar in length. There only does he become quite good, great, and perfect, perhaps there only. But he does not know it. He is too conceited to know it. 88. Earnestness for the truth. Earnestness for the truth. What different things men understand by these words! Just the same opinions and modes of demonstration and testing which a thinker regards as a frivolity in himself, to which he has succumbed with shame at one time or another, just the same opinions may give to an artist who comes in contact with them and accepts them temporarily, the consciousness that the profoundest earnestness for the truth has now taken hold of him, and that it is worthy of admiration that, although an artist, he at the same time exhibits the most ardent desire for the antithesis of the apparent. It is thus possible that a person may, just by his pathos of earnestness, betray how superficially and sparingly his intellect has hitherto operated in the domain of knowledge. And is not everything that we consider important our betrayer? It shows where our motives lie, and where our motives are altogether lacking. 89. Now and formerly. Of what consequence is all our art in artistic products, if that higher art, the art of the festival, be lost by us? Formerly all artistic products were exhibited on the great festival path of humanity as tokens of remembrance and monuments of high and happy moments. One now seeks to allure the exhausted and sickly from the great suffering path of humanity for a wanton moment by means of works of art. One furnishes them with a little ecstasy and insanity. 90. Lights and shades. Books and writings are different with different thinkers. One writer has collected together in his book all the rays of light which he could quickly plunder and carry home from an illuminating experience, while another gives only the shadows and the grey and black replicas of that which on the previous day had towered up in his soul. 91. Precaution. Alfieri, as is well known, told a great many falsehoods when he narrated the history of his life to his astonished contemporaries. He told falsehoods owing to the despotism towards himself which he exhibited, for example, in the way in which he created his own language and tyrannized himself into a poet. He finally found a rigid form of sublimity into which he forced his life and his memory. He must have suffered much in the process. I would also give no credit to a history of Plato's life written by himself, as little as to Rousseau's, or as to the Vita Nova of Dante. 92. Prose and Poetry. Let it be observed that the great masters of prose have almost always been poets as well, whether openly or only in secret and from the "closet." And in truth one only writes good prose in view of poetry, for prose is an uninterrupted, polite warfare with poetry. All its charm consists in the fact that poetry is constantly avoided and contradicted. Every abstraction wants to have a jibe at poetry, and wishes to be uttered with a mocking voice. All dryness and coolness is meant to bring the amiable goddess into an amiable despair. There are often approximations and reconciliations for the moment, and then a sudden recoil and a burst of laughter. The curtain is often drawn up and dazzling light let in just while the goddess is enjoying her twilights and dull colours. The word is taken out of her mouth and chanted to a melody, while she holds her fine hands before her delicate little ears. And so there are 1,000 enjoyments of the warfare, the defeats included, of which the unpoetic, the so-called prose men, know nothing at all, and consequently write and speak only bad prose. Warfare is the father of all good things. It is also the father of good prose. There have been 4 very singular and truly poetic men in this century who have arrived at mastership in prose, for which otherwise this century is not suited, owing to the lack of poetry as we have indicated. Not to take Goethe into account, for he is reasonably claimed by the century that produced him. I look only on Giacomo Leopardi, Prosper Mérimée, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and Walter Savage Landor, the author of Imaginary Conversations, as worthy to be called masters of prose. 93. But why, then, do you write? A. I do not belong to those who think with the wet pen in hand, and still less to those who yield themselves entirely to their passion before the open ink bottle, sitting on their chair and staring at the paper. I am always vexed and abashed by writing. Writing is a necessity for me. Even to speak of it in simile is disagreeable. B. But why then do you write? A. Well, my dear sir, I tell you in confidence, I have hitherto found no other means of getting rid of my thoughts. B. And why do you wish to get rid of them? A. Why should I wish? Do I really wish? I must. B. Enough, enough. 94. Growth after death. Those few daring words about moral matters which Fontenelle threw into his immortal Dialogues of the Dead were so regarded by his age as paradoxes and amusements of a not unscrupulous wit. Even the highest judges of taste and intellect saw nothing more in them. Indeed, Fontenelle himself perhaps saw nothing more. Then something incredible takes place. These thoughts become truths. Science proves them. The game becomes serious. And we read those dialogues with a feeling different from that which Voltaire and Helvetius read them. And we voluntarily raise their originator into another and much higher class of intellects than they did. Rightly? Wrongly? 95. Chamfort. That such a judge of men and of the multitude as Chamfort should side with the multitude, instead of standing apart in philosophical resignation and defence, I am at a loss to explain, except as follows. There was an instinct in him stronger than his wisdom, and it never had been gratified, the hatred against all noblesse of blood. Perhaps his mother's old and only too explicable hatred, which was consecrated in him by love of her, and instinct of revenge from his boyhood, which waited for the hour to avenge his mother. But then the course of his life, his genius, and alas, most of all, perhaps, the paternal blood in his veins, had seduced him to rank and consider himself equal to the noblesse for many, many years. In the end, however, he could not endure the sight of himself, the "old man" under the old regime any longer. He got into a violent penitential passion, and, in this state, he put on the raiment of the populace in his special kind of hair shirt. His bad conscience was the neglect of revenge. If Chamfort had then been a little more of the philosopher, the revolution would not have had its tragic wit and its sharpest sting. It would have been regarded as a much more stupid affair, and would have had no such seductive influence on men's minds. But Chamfort's hatred and revenge educated an entire generation, and the most illustrious men passed through his school. Let us consider that Mirabeau looked up to Chamfort as his higher and older self, from whom he expected and endured impulses, warnings, and condemnations. Mirabeau, who as a man belongs to an entirely different order of greatness, as the foremost among statesmen geniuses of yesterday and today. Strange that in spite of such a friend and advocate, we possess Mirabeau's letters to Chamfort. This wittiest of all moralists had remained unfamiliar to the French, quite the same as Stendhal, who has perhaps had the most penetrating eyes and ears of any Frenchman of this century. Is it because the latter had really too much of the German and English in his nature for the Parisians to endure him? While Chamfort, a man of ample knowledge of the profundities and secret motives of the soul, gloomy, suffering, ardent, a thinker who found laughter necessary as a remedy of life, and who almost gave himself up as lost every day that he had not laughed, seems much more like an Italian, and related by blood to Dante and Leopardi, than like a Frenchman. One knows Chamfort's last words. "Ah, mon ami," he said to Says, "je me vais enfin de ce monde, où les femmes qui le cuir se brisent ou se bronzent." These were certainly not the words of a dying Frenchman. 96. Two Orators. Of these two orators the one arrives at a full understanding of his case only when he yields himself to emotion. It is only this that pumps sufficient blood and heat into his brain to compel his high intellectuality to reveal itself. The other attempts, indeed, now and then to do the same, to state his case sonorously, vehemently, and spiritedly with the aid of emotion, but usually with bad success. He then very soon speaks obscurely and confusedly, he exaggerates, makes omissions, and excites suspicion of the justice of his case. Indeed, he himself feels this suspicion, and the sudden changes into the coldest and most repulsive tones, which raise a doubt in the hearer as to his passionateness being genuine, are thereby explicable. With him, emotion always drowns the spirit, perhaps because it is stronger than the former. But he is at the height of his power when he resists the impetuous storm of his feeling, and, as it were, scorns it. It is then only that his spirit emerges fully from its concealment, a spirit logical, mocking, and playful, but nevertheless awe-inspiring. 97. The loquacity of authors. There is a loquacity of anger, frequent in Luther, also in Schopenhauer, a loquacity which comes from too great a store of conceptual formulae, as in Kant, a loquacity which comes from delight in ever new modifications of the same idea. One finds it in Montaigne. A loquacity of malicious natures. Whoever reads writings of our period will recollect two authors in this connection. A loquacity which comes from the delight in fine words and forms of speech, by no means rare in Goethe's prose. A loquacity which comes from pure satisfaction in noise and confusion of feelings, for example, in Carlyle. 98. In honour of Shakespeare. The best thing I could say in honour of Shakespeare, the man, is that he believed in Brutus, and cast not a shadow of suspicion on the kind of virtue which Brutus represents. It is to him that Shakespeare consecrated his best tragedy. It is at present still called by a wrong name. To him, and to the most terrible essence of lofty morality, independence of soul, that is the question at issue. No sacrifice can be too great there. One must be able to sacrifice to it even one's dearest friend, although he be also the grandest of men, the ornament of the world, the genius without peer. If one really loves freedom as the freedom of great souls, and if this freedom be threatened by him, it is thus that Shakespeare must have felt. The elevation in which he places Caesar is the most exquisite honour he could confer upon Brutus. It is thus only that he lifts into vastness the inner problem of his hero, and similarly the strength of soul which could cut this knot. And was it actually political freedom that impelled the poet to sympathy with Brutus, and made him the accomplice of Brutus? Or was political freedom merely a symbol for something inexpressible? Do we perhaps stand before some sombre event or adventure of the poet's own soul, which has remained unknown, and of which he only cared to speak symbolically? What is all Hamlet melancholy in comparison with the melancholy of Brutus? And perhaps Shakespeare also knew this, as he knew the other by experience. Perhaps he also had his dark hour and his bad angel, just as Brutus had them. But whatever similarities and secret relationships of that kind there may have been, Shakespeare cast himself on the ground and felt unworthy and alien in the presence of the aspect and virtue of Brutus. He has inscribed the testimony thereof in the tragedy itself. He has twice brought in a poet in it, and twice heaped upon him such an impatient and extreme contempt, that it sounds like a cry of self-contempt. Brutus, even Brutus loses patience when the poet appears, self-important, pathetic, and obtrusive, as poets usually are, persons who seem to abound in the possibilities of greatness, even moral greatness, and nevertheless rarely attain even to ordinary uprightness in the philosophy of practice and of life. "He may know the times, but I know his temper. Away with the jigging fool!" shouts Brutus. We may translate this back into the soul of the poet that composed it. 99. The followers of Schopenhauer. What one sees at the contact of civilized peoples with barbarians, namely, that the lower civilization regularly accepts in the first place the vices, weaknesses, and excesses of the higher, then, from that point onwards, feels the influence of a charm, and finally by means of the appropriated vices and weaknesses, also allows something of the valuable influence of the higher culture to leave in it. One can also see this close at hand, and without journeys to barbarian peoples, to be sure, somewhat refined and spiritualized, and not so readily palpable. What are the German followers of Schopenhauer still accustomed to receive first of all from their master? Those who, when placed beside his superior culture, must deem themselves sufficiently barbarous to be first of all barbarously fascinated and seduced by him. Is it his hard matter-of-fact sense, his inclination to clearness and rationality, which often makes him appear so English and so unlike Germans? Or the strength of his intellectual conscience, which endured a lifelong contradiction of "being" and "willing," and compelled him to contradict himself constantly, even in his writings on almost every point? Or his purity in the matters relating to the Church and the Christian God? For here he was too pure as no German philosopher had been hitherto, so that he lived and died "as a Voltairean." Or his immortal doctrines of the intellectuality of intuition, the a priori of the law of causality, the instrumental nature of the intellect, and the non-freedom of the will? No, nothing of this enchants, nor is felt as enchanting. But Schopenhauer's mystical embarrassments and shufflings in those passages where the matter-of-fact thinker allowed himself to be seduced and corrupted by the vain impulse to be the unraveller of the world's riddle, this undemonstrable doctrine of one will (all causes are merely occasional causes of the phenomenon of the will at such time and at such a place), the will to live, whole and undivided, is present in every living being, even in the smallest, as perfectly as in the sum of all that was, is, and will be. His denial of the individual (all lions are really only one lion), the plurality of individuals is an appearance, as also development is only an appearance. He calls the opinion of Lamarck "an ingenious absurd error," his fantasy about genius. In aesthetic contemplation, the individual is no longer an individual, but a pure, will-less, painless, timeless subject of knowledge. The subject, in that it entirely merges in the contemplated object, has become this object itself. His nonsense about sympathy, about the outburst of the principium individuationis, thus rendered possible, as the source of all morality, including also such assertions as "dying is really the design of existence," the possibility should not be absolutely denied that the magical effect could proceed from a person already dead. These and similar extravagances and vices of the philosopher are always first accepted and made articles of faith, for vices and extravagances are always easier to imitate, and do not require a long preliminary practice. But let us speak of the most celebrated of the living Schopenhauerians, Richard Wagner. It has happened to him, as it has already happened to many an artist, that he made a mistake in the interpretation of the characters he created, and misunderstood the unexpressed philosophy of the art peculiarly his own. Richard Wagner allowed himself to be misled by Hegel's influence till the middle of his life, and did the same again when he read Schopenhauer's doctrine between the lines of his characters, and began to express himself with such terms as "will," "genius," and "sympathy." Nevertheless, it will remain true that nothing is more counter to Schopenhauer's spirit than the essentially Wagnerian element in Wagner's heroes. I mean the innocence of the supremest selfishness, the belief in strong passion as a good in itself, in a word, the Siegfried trait in the countenances of his heroes. "All that still smacks more of Spinoza than of me," Schopenhauer probably would have said. Whatever good reasons, therefore, Wagner might have had to be on the outlook for other philosophers than Schopenhauer, the enchantment to which he succumbed in respect of this thinker not only made him blind towards all other philosophers, but even towards science itself. His entire art is more and more inclined to become the counterpart and complement of the Schopenhauerian philosophy, and it always renounces more emphatically the higher ambition to become the counterpart and complement of human knowledge and science. And not only is he allured thereto by the whole mystic pomp of this philosophy (which would also have allured a Cagliostro), the peculiar airs and emotions of the philosopher have all along been seducing him as well. For example, Wagner's indignation about the corruption of the German language is Schopenhauerian. And if one should commend his imitation in this respect, it is nevertheless not to be denied that Wagner's style itself suffers in no small degree from all the tumours and turgidities, the sight of which made Schopenhauer so furious, and that, in respect to the German writing Wagnerians, Wagneromania is beginning to be as dangerous as only some kinds of Hegeliomania have been. Schopenhauerian is Wagner's hatred of the Jews, to whom he is unable to do justice, even in their greatest exploit. Are not the Jews the inventors of Christianity? The attempt of Wagner to construe Christianity as a seed blown away from Buddhism, and his endeavour to initiate a Buddhistic era in Europe, under a temporary approximation to Catholic Christian formulas and sentiments, are both Schopenhauerian. Wagner's preaching in favour of pity in dealing with animals is Schopenhauerian. Schopenhauer's predecessor here, as is well known, was Voltaire, who already perhaps, like his successors, knew how to disguise his hatred of certain men and things as pity towards animals. At least Wagner's hatred of science, which manifests itself in his preaching, has certainly not been inspired by the spirit of charitableness and kindness, nor by the spirit at all, as is sufficiently obvious. Finally, it is of little importance what the philosophy of an artist is, provided it is only a supplementary philosophy, and does not do any injury to his art itself. We cannot be sufficiently on our guard against taking a dislike to an artist on account of an occasional, perhaps very unfortunate and presumptuous masquerade. Let us not forget that the dear artists are all of them something of actors, and must be so. It would be difficult for them to hold out in the long run without stage playing. Let us be loyal to Wagner in that which is true and original in him, and especially in this point, that we, his disciples, remain loyal to ourselves in that which is true and original in us. Let us allow him his intellectual humours and spasms. Let us in fairness rather consider what strange nutriments and necessaries an art like his is entitled to, in order to be able to live and grow. It is of no account that he is often wrong as a thinker. Justice and patience are not his affair. It is sufficient that his life is right in his own eyes, and maintains its right. The life which calls to each of us, "Be a man, and do not follow me, but thyself, thyself," our life also ought to maintain its right in our own eyes. We also are to grow and blossom out of ourselves, free and fearless, in innocent selfishness. And so, on the contemplation of such a man, these thoughts still ring in my ears to-day as formerly, that passion is better than stoicism or hypocrisy, that straightforwardness, even in evil, is better than losing oneself in trying to observe traditional morality, that the free man is just as able to be good as evil, but that the unemancipated man is a disgrace to nature, and has no share in heavenly or earthly bliss. Finally, that all who wish to be free must become so through themselves, and that freedom falls to nobody's lot as a gift from heaven. Richard Wagner in Bayreuth, Volume 1 of this translation, pages 199 to 200.
100. Learning to do homage. One must learn the art of homage, as well as the art of contempt. Whoever goes into new paths, and has led many persons therein, discovers with astonishment how awkward and incompetent all of them are in the expression of their gratitude. And indeed, how rarely gratitude is able even to express itself. It is always as if something comes into people's throats when their gratitude wants to speak, so that it only hums and haws, and becomes silent again. The way in which a thinker succeeds in tracing the effect of his thoughts and their transforming and convulsing power is almost a comedy. It sometimes seems as if those who have been operated upon felt profoundly injured thereby, and could only assert their independence, which they suspect to be threatened by all kinds of improprieties. It needs whole generations in order merely to devise a courteous convention of gratefulness. It is only very late that the period arrives when something of spirit and genius enters into gratitude. then there is usually someone who is the great receiver of thanks, not only for the good he himself has done, but mostly for that which has been gradually accumulated by his predecessors as a treasure of what is highest and best. 101. Voltaire. Wherever there has been a court, it has furnished the standard of good speaking, and with this also the standard of style for writers. The court language, however, is the language of the courtier who has no profession, and who even in conversations on scientific subjects avoids all convenient technical expressions, because they smack of the profession. On that account the technical expression, and everything betrays the specialist, is a blemish of style in countries which have a court culture. At present, when all courts have become caricatures of past and present times, one is astonished to find even Voltaire unspeakably reserved and scrupulous on this point. For example, in his judgments concerning such stylists as Fontenelle and Montesquieu. We are now all of us emancipated from court taste, while Voltaire was its perfecter. 102. A word for philologists. It is thought that there are books so valuable and royal, that whole generations of scholars are well employed when through their efforts these books are kept genuine and intelligible. To confirm this belief again and again is the purpose of philology. It presupposes that the rare men are not lacking, although they may not be visible, who actually knows how to use such valuable books. Those men, perhaps, who write such books themselves, or could write them. I mean to say that philologists presuppose a noble belief, that for the benefit of some few who are always "to come," and are not there, a very great amount of painful and even dirty labour has to be done beforehand. It is all labour in usum delphinorum. 103. German music. German music, more than any other, has now become European music, because the changes which Europe experienced through the Revolution have therein alone found expression. It is only German music that knows how to express the agitation of popular masses, the tremendous artificial uproar, which does not even need to be very noisy, while Italian opera, for example, knows only the choruses of domestics or soldiers, but not "the people." There is the additional fact that in all German music a profound bourgeois jealousy of the noblesse can be traced, especially a jealousy of esprit and elegance, as the expressions of a courtly, chivalrous, ancient and self-confident society. It is not music like that of Goethe's musician at the gate, which was pleasing also "in the hall," and to the king as well. It is not here said, "The knights looked on with martial air, with bashful eyes the ladies." Even the graces are not allowed in German music without a touch of remorse. It is only with pleasantness, the country sister of the graces, that the German begins to feel morally at ease. And from this point up to his enthusiastic, learned, and often gruff "sublimity," the Beethoven-like sublimity, he feels more and more so. If we want to imagine the man of this music, well, let us imagine Beethoven as he appeared beside Goethe, say at their meeting at Teplitz, as semi-barbarian besides culture. as the masses beside the nobility,
as the good-natured man besides the good, and more than "good" man,
as the visionary beside the artist, as the man needing comfort beside the comforted, as the man given to exaggeration and distrust beside the man of reason, as the crank and self-tormentor,
as the foolish, enraptured,
blessedly unfortunate, sincerely immoderate man, as the pretentious and awkward man, and altogether as the "untamed man."
It was thus that Goethe conceived and characterized him, Goethe, the exceptional German, for whom a music of equal rank has not yet been found.
Finally, let us consider whether the present continually extending contempt of melody and the stunting of the sense of melody among Germans shall not be understood as a democratic impropriety and an after-effect of the Revolution. For melody has such an obvious delight in conformity to law, and such an aversion of everything evolving, unformed, and arbitrary, that it sounds like a note out of the ancient European regime,
and as a seduction and reduction back to it.
104. The tone of the German language. We know whence the German originated, which for several centuries has been the universal literary language of Germany. The Germans, with their reverence for everything that came from the court, intentionally took the chancery style as their pattern in all that they had to write, especially their letters, records, wills, etc. To write in the chancery style, that was to write in court and government style. That was regarded as something select, compared with the language of the city in which a person lived. People gradually drew this inference, and spoke also as they wrote. They thus became still more select in the forms of their words, in their choice of their terms and modes of expression, and finally also in their tones. They affected a court tone when they spoke, and the affectation at last became natural. Perhaps nothing quite similar has ever happened elsewhere. The predominance of the literary style over the talk, and the formality and affectation of an entire people became the basis of a common and no longer dialectical language. I believe that the sound of the German language in the Middle Ages, especially after the Middle Ages, was extremely rustic, vulgar. It has ennobled itself somewhat during the last centuries, principally because it found necessary to imitate so many French, Italian and Spanish sounds, and particularly on the part of the German and Austrian nobility, who could not at all content themselves with their mother tongue. But notwithstanding this practice, German must have sounded intolerably vulgar to Montaigne, and even to Racine, even at present. In the mouths of travellers among the Italian populace, it still sounds very coarse, sylvan, and hoarse, as if it had originated in smoky rooms and outlandish districts. Now I notice that at present a similar striving after selectness of tone is spreading among the former admirers of the chancery style, and that the Germans are beginning to accommodate themselves to a particular "witchery of sound," which might in the long run become an actual danger to the German language. For one may seek in vain for more execrable sounds in Europe. Something mocking, cold, indifferent, and careless in the voice. That is what at present sounds "noble" to the Germans. And I hear the approval of this nobleness in the voices of young officials, teachers, women and tradespeople. Indeed, even the little girls already imitate this German of the officers. For the officers, and in fact the Prussian officer, is the inventor of these tones. This same officer, who as soldier and professional man possesses that admirable tact for modesty which the Germans as the whole might well imitate. German professors and musicians included, but as soon as he speaks and moves, he is the most immodest and inelegant figure in old Europe, no doubt unconsciously to himself.
And unconsciously also to the good Germans,
who gaze at him as the man of the foremost and most select society, and willingly let him, quote,
give them his tone, unquote.
And indeed, he gives it to them. In the first place, it is the sergeant majors and non-commissioned officers that imitate his tone and coarsen it. One should note the roars of command,
with which the German cities are absolutely surrounded at present,
when there is drilling at all the gates.
What presumption, furious imperiousness, and mocking coldness speaks in this uproar!
Could the Germans actually be a musical people? It is certain that the Germans martialise themselves at present in their tone of their language. It is probable that, being exercised to speak martially,
they will finally write martially also.
For habituation to definite tones extends deeply into the character. People soon have the words and modes of expression, and finally also the thoughts which just suit these tones. Perhaps they already write in the officer's style. Perhaps I only read too little of what is at present written in Germany to know this. But one thing I know all the surer: the German public declarations, which also reach places abroad, are not inspired by German music, but just by that new tone of tasteless arrogance,
almost in every speech of the foremost German statesman.
And even when he makes himself heard through his imperial mouthpiece, there is an accent which the ear of a foreigner repudiates with aversion, but the Germans endure it, they endure themselves. 105. The Germans as artists. When once a German actually experiences passion,
and not only, as usual, the mere inclination to it,
he then behaves just as he must do in passion, and does not think further of his behaviour. The truth is, however, that he then behaves very awkwardly and uglily,
and as if destitute of rhythm and melody, so that onlookers are pained or moved thereby, but nothing more, unless he elevates himself to the sublimity and enrapturedness of which certain passions are capable. Then even the German becomes beautiful. The perception of the height at which beauty begins to shed its charm even over Germans raises German artists to the height, to the supreme height, and to the extravagances of passion. They have an actual profound longing, therefore, to get beyond, or at least to look beyond the ugliness and awkwardness, into a better, easier, more southern, more sunny world.
And thus their convulsions are often merely indications that they would like to dance. These poor bears, in whom hidden nymphs and satyrs, and sometimes still even higher divinities, carry on their game. (106) Music as advocate. I have a longing for a master of the musical art, said an innovator to his disciple, that he may learn from me my ideas and speak them more widely in his language. I shall thus be better able to reach men's ears and hearts, for by means of tones one can seduce men to every error and every truth. Who can refute a tone? You would therefore like to be regarded as irrefutable? Said his disciple. The innovator answered, I should like the germ to become a tree. In order that a doctrine may become a tree, it must be believed in for a considerable period. In order that it may be believed in, it must be regarded as irrefutable. Storms and doubts and worms and wickedness are necessary to the tree, that it may manifest its species and the strength of its germ. Let it perish if it is not strong enough. But a germ is always merely annihilated, not refuted. When he had said this, his disciple called out impetuously, "But I believe in your cause, and regard it as so strong that I will say everything against it, everything that I still have in my heart." The innovator laughed to himself, and threatened his disciple with his finger. "That kind of discipleship," he said then, "is the best, but it is dangerous, and not every kind of doctrine can stand it." 107. Our ultimate gratitude to art. If we had not approved of the arts and invented this sort of cult of the untrue, the insight into the general untruth and falsity of things now given us by science, an insight into delusion and error as conditions of intelligent and sentient existence, would be quite unendurable. Honesty would have disgust and suicide in its train. Now, however, our honesty has a counterpoise which helps us to escape such consequences, namely art as goodwill to illusion. We do not always restrain our eyes from rounding off and perfecting in imagination, and then it is no longer the eternal imperfection that we carry over the river of becoming, for we think we carry a goddess. We are proud and artless in rendering this service. As an aesthetic phenomenon, existence is still endurable to us. And by art, eye and hand, and above all, the good conscience, are given to us to be able to make such a phenomenon out of ourselves. We must wrest from ourselves occasionally by contemplating and looking down upon ourselves, and by laughing and weeping over ourselves from an artistic remoteness. We must discover the hero, and likewise the fool that is hidden in our passion for knowledge. We must now and then be joyful in our folly, that we may continue to be joyful in our wisdom. And just because we are heavy and serious men in our ultimate depth, and are rather weights than men, there is nothing that does us so much good as the fool's cap and bells. We need them in presence of ourselves. We need all arrogant, soaring, dancing, mocking, childish and blessed art, in order not to lose the free dominion over things, which our ideal demands of us. It would be backsliding for us, with our susceptible integrity, to lapse entirely into morality, and actually become virtuous monsters and scarecrows, on account of the over-strict requirements which we here lay down for ourselves. We ought to be able to stand above morality, and not only stand with the painful stiffness of one who every moment fears to slip and fall, but we should also be able to soar and play above it. How could we dispense with art for that purpose? How could we dispense with a fool? And as long as you are still ashamed of yourselves in any way, you still do not belong to us.
End of Book 2. Book 3rd of The Joyful Wisdom, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Joyful Wisdom by Friedrich Nietzsche. Translated by Thomas Common.
Book 3rd. 108. New Struggles. After Buddha was dead, People showed his shadow for centuries afterwards in a cave, an immense frightful shadow. God is dead. But as the human race is constituted, there will perhaps be caves for millenniums yet, in which people will show his shadow, and we still have to overcome his shadow. 109. Let us be on our guard. Let us be on our guard against thinking that the world is a living being. Where could it extend itself? What could it nourish itself with?
How could it grow and increase?
We know tolerably well what the organic is, and we are to reinterpret the emphatically derivative, tardy, rare and accidental, which we only perceive on the crust of the earth, into the essential, universal and eternal, as those do who call the universe an organism? That disgusts me. Let us now be on our guard against believing that the universe is a machine. It is assuredly not constructed with a view to one end. We invest it with far too high an honour with the word, "machine." Let us be on our guard against supposing that anything so methodical as the cyclic motions of our neighbouring stars obtains generally and throughout the universe. Indeed, a glance at the Milky Way induces doubt as to whether there are not many cruder and more contradictory motions there, and even stars with continuous, rectilinearly gravitating orbits and the like.
The astral arrangement in which we live is an exception.
This arrangement, and the relatively long durability which is determined by it, has again made possible the exception of exceptions, the formation of organic life. The general character of the world, on the other hand, is to all eternity chaos, not by the absence of necessity, but in the sense of the absence of order, structure, form, beauty, wisdom, and whatever else our aesthetic humanities are called. Judged by our reason, the unlucky casts are far oftenest the rule. The exceptions are not the secret purpose. The whole musical box repeats eternally its air, which can never be called a melody. And finally, the very expression, "unlucky cast," is already an anthropomorphizing which involves blame. But how could we presume to blame or praise the universe? Let us be on our guard against ascribing to it heartlessness or unreason, or their opposites. It is neither perfect, nor beautiful, nor noble, nor does it seek to be anything of the kind. It does not at all attempt to imitate man. It is altogether unaffected by our aesthetic and moral judgments. Neither has it any self-preservative instinct, nor instinct at all. It also knows no law. Let us be on our guard against saying that there are laws in nature. There are only necessities. There is no one who commands, no one who obeys, no one who transgresses. When you know that there is no design, you know also that there is no chance, for it is only where there is a world of design that the word "chance" has meaning. Let us be on our guard against saying that death is contrary to life. The living being is only a species of dead being, and a very rare species. Let us be on our guard against thinking that the world eternally creates the new. There is no eternally enduring substances. Matter is just another error as the god of the Eleatics. But when shall we be at the end with our foresight and precaution? When will all these shadows of God cease to obscure us? When shall we have nature entirely undeified? When shall we be permitted to naturalize ourselves by means of the pure, newly discovered, newly redeemed nature? 110. Origin of Knowledge.
Throughout immense stretches of time, the intellect has produced nothing but errors. Some of them prove to be useful and preservative of the species.
He who fell in with them, or inherited them, waged the battle for himself and his offspring with better success. Those erroneous articles of faith, which were successively transmitted by inheritance, and have finally become almost the property and stock of the human species, are, for example, the following: that there are enduring things, that there are equal things, that there are things, substances and bodies, that a thing is what it appears, that our will is free,
that what is good for me is also good absolutely.
It was only very late that the deniers and doubters of such propositions came forward. It was only very late that truth made its appearance as the most impotent form of knowledge. It seemed as if it were impossible to get along with truth. Our organism was adapted for the very opposite. All its higher functions, the perceptions of the senses, and in general every kind of sensation, cooperated with those primevally embodied fundamental errors. Moreover, those propositions became the very standards of knowledge, according to which the "true" and the "false" were determined, throughout the whole domain of pure logic. The strength of conceptions does not, therefore, depend on their degree of truth, but on their antiquity, their embodiment, their character as conditions of life. Where life and knowledge seemed to conflict, there has never been serious contention. Denial and doubt have there been regarded as madness. The exceptional thinkers, like the Eleatics, who in spite of this advanced and maintained the antithesis of the natural errors, believed that it is possible also to live these counterparts. It was they who devised the sage as the man of immutability, impersonality, and universality of intuition, as one and all at the same time, with a special faculty for that reverse kind of knowledge. They were of the belief that their knowledge was at the same time the principle of life.
To be able to affirm all of this, however,
they had to deceive themselves concerning their own condition. They had to attribute to themselves impersonality and unchanging permanence. They had to mistake the nature of the philosophical individual, deny the force of the impulses in cognition, and conceive of reason generally as entirely free and self-originating activity. They kept their eyes shut to the fact that they also had reached their doctrines in contradiction to valid methods, or throughout their longing for repose, or for exclusive possession, or for domination. The subtler development of sincerity and of scepticism finally made these men impossible. Their life also and their judgments turned out to be dependent on the primeval impulses and fundamental errors of all sentient being. Their subtler sincerity and scepticism arose wherever two antithetical maxims appeared to be applicable to life, because both of them were compatible with the fundamental errors. Where, therefore, there could be contention concerning a higher or lower degree of utility for life, and likewise where new maxims proved to be not in fact useful, but at the least not injurious, as expressions for an intellectual impulse to play a game that was like all games innocent and happy. The human brain was gradually filled with such judgments and convictions, and in this tangled skein there arose ferment, strife, and lust for power, not only utility and delight, but every kind of impulse took part in the struggle for "truths." The intellectual struggle became a business, an attraction, a calling, a duty, an honour. Cognizing and striving for the true finally arranged themselves as needs among other needs. From that moment, not only belief and conviction, but also examination, denial, distrust, and contradiction became forces. All "evil" instincts were subordinated to knowledge, were placed in its service, and acquired the prestige of the permitted, the honoured, the useful, and finally the appearance and innocence of the good. Knowledge thus became a portion of life itself, and as life it became a continually growing power, until finally the cognitions and those primeval fundamental errors clashed with each other, both as life, both as power, both in the same man. The thinker is now the being in whom the impulse to truth and those life-preserving errors wage their first conflict. Now that the impulse to truth has also proved itself to be a life-preserving power. In comparison with the importance of this conflict, everything else is indifferent. The final question concerning the conditions of life is here raised, and the first attempt is here made to answer it by experiment. How far is truth susceptible of embodiment? That is the question. That is the experiment. (111) Origin of the logical. Where has logic originated in men's heads? Undoubtedly out of the illogical, the domain of which must originally have been immense. But numberless beings who reasoned otherwise than we do at present perished, albeit that they may have come nearer to the truth than we. Whoever, for example, could not discern the "like" often enough with regard to food and with regard to animals dangerous to him, whoever therefore deduced too slowly, or was too circumspect in his deductions, had smaller probability of survival than he who in all similar things immediately divined the equality. The preponderating inclination, however, to deal with the similar as equal, an illogical inclination, for there is nothing equal in itself, first created the whole basis of logic. It was just so, in order that the conception of substance might originate, this being indispensable to logic, although in the strictest sense nothing actually corresponds to it, that for a long period the changing process in things had to be overlooked, and remained unperceived. The beings not seeing correctly had the advantage over those who saw everything "in flux." In itself every high degree of circumspection in conclusions, every sceptical inclination, is a great danger to life. No living being would have been preserved unless the contrary inclination, to affirm rather than suspend judgment, to mistake and fabricate rather than wait, to assent rather than deny, to decide rather than be in the right, had been cultivated with extraordinary assiduity. The course of logical thought and reasoning in our modern brains corresponds to a process and struggles of impulses in which singly and in themselves are all very illogical and unjust. We experience usually only the result of the struggle, so rapidly and secretly does this primitive mechanism now operate in us. 112. Cause and Effect. We say it is "explanation," but it is only in "description" that we are in advance of the older stages of knowledge and science. We describe better, we explain just as little as our predecessors. We have discovered a manifold succession where the naive man and investigator of older cultures saw only two things, "cause" and "effect," as it was said. We have perfected the conception of becoming, but have not got a knowledge about what is above and behind the conception. The series of "causes" stands before us much more complete in every case. We conclude that this and that must first proceed in order that the other may follow, but we have not grasped anything thereby. The peculiarity, for example, in every chemical process seems a "miracle," the same as before, just like all locomotion. Nobody has "explained" impulse. How could we ever explain? We operate only with things which do not exist, with lines, surfaces, bodies, atoms, divisible times, divisible spaces. How can explanation be possible when we first make everything a conception, our conception? It is sufficient to regard science as the exactest humanising of things that is possible. We always learn to describe ourselves more accurately by describing things and their successions, cause and effect. There is probably never any such duality. In fact, there is a continuum before us, from which we isolate a few portions. Just as we always observe a motion as isolated points, and therefore do not properly see it, but infer it, the abruptness with which many effects take place leads us into error. It is, however, only an abruptness for us. There is an infinite multitude of processes in that abrupt moment which escape us. An intellect which could see cause and effect as a continuum, which could see the flux of events not according to our mode of perception, as things arbitrarily separated and broken, would throw aside the conception of cause and effect, and would deny all conditionality.
The theory of poisons. So many things have to be united in order that scientific thinking may arise, and all the necessary powers must be devised, exercised, and fostered singly. In their isolation, however, they have very often had quite a different effect than at present. When they are confined within the limits of scientific thinking and kept mutually in check, they have operated as poisons, for example, the doubting impulse, the denying impulse, the waiting impulse, the collecting impulse, the disintegrating impulse. Many hecatombs of men were sacrificed ere these impulses learned to understand their juxtaposition and regard themselves as functions of one organising force in one man. And how far are we still from the point at which the artistic powers and the practical wisdom of life shall cooperate with scientific thinking, so that a higher organic system may be formed, in relation to which the scholar, the physician, the artist, and the lawgiver, as we know them at present, will seem sorry antiquities? 114. The extent of the moral. We construct a new picture, which we see immediately with the aid of all the old experiences which we have had, always according to the degree of our honesty and justice. The only events are moral events, even in the domain of sense perception. 115. The Four Errors. Man has been reared by his errors. Firstly, he saw himself always imperfect. Secondly,
he attributed to himself imaginary qualities. Thirdly, he felt himself in a false position in relation to the animals and nature. Fourthly, he always devised new tables of values and accepted them for a time as eternal and unconditional, so that at one time this and another time that human impulse or state stood first, and was ennobled in consequence. When one has deduced the effect of these four errors, one has also deduced humanity, humaneness, and "human dignity." 116. Herd Instinct. Wherever we meet with a morality we find a valuation and order of rank of the human impulses and activities. These valuations and orders of rank are always the expression of the needs of a community or herd, that which is in the first place to its advantage, and in the second place and third place is also the authoritative standard for the worth of every individual. By morality the individual is taught to become a function of the herd, and to ascribe to himself value only as a function. As the conditions for the maintenance of one community have been very different from those of another community, there have been very different moralities, and in respect to the future essential transformations of herds and communities, states and societies, one can prophesy that there will still be very divergent moralities. Morality is the herd instinct of the individual. 117. The herd's sting of conscience. In the longest and remotest ages of the human race, there were quite a different sting of conscience from that of the present day. At present one feels only responsible for what one intends and for what one does, and we have our pride in ourselves. All our professors of jurisprudence start with this sentiment of individual independence and pleasure, as if the source of right had taken its rise here from the beginning. But throughout the longest period in the life of mankind there was nothing more terrible to a person than to feel himself independent. To be alone, to feel independent, neither to obey nor to rule, to represent an individual, that was no pleasure to a person then, but a punishment. He was condemned, "to be an individual." Freedom of thought was regarded as discomfort personified. While we feel law and regulation as constraint and loss, people formerly regarded egotism as a painful thing and a veritable evil. For a person to be himself, to value himself according to his own measure and weight, that was then quite distasteful. An inclination to such a thing would have been regarded as madness, for all miseries and terrors were associated with being alone. At that time the "free will" had bad conscience in close proximity to it, and the less independently a person acted, the more the herd instinct, and not his personal character, expressed itself in this conduct. So much the more moral did he esteem himself. All that did injury to the herd, whether the individual had intended it or not, then caused him a sting of conscience, and his neighbour likewise, indeed the whole herd. It is in this respect that we have most changed our mode of thinking. 118. Benevolence. Is it virtuous when a cell transforms itself into the function of a stronger cell? It must do so. And is it wicked when the stronger one assimilates the other? It must do so likewise. It is necessary, for it has to have abundant indemnity and seeks to regenerate itself. One has therefore to distinguish the instinct of appropriation and the instinct of submission in benevolence, accordingly as the stronger or the weaker feels benevolent. Gladness and covetousness are united in the stronger person, who wants to transform something into his function. Gladness and desire to be coveted in the weaker person, who would like to become a function. The former case is essentially pity, a pleasant excitation of the instinct of appropriation at the sight of the weak. It is to be remembered, however, that "strong" and "weak" are relative conceptions. 119. No altruism.
I see in many men an excessive impulse and delight in wanting to be a function.
They strive after it, and have the keenest sense for all those positions in which precisely they themselves
Can be functions.
Among such persons are those women who transform themselves into just that function of a man that is but weakly developed in him, and then become his purse, or his politics, or his social intercourse. Such beings maintain themselves best when they insert themselves in an alien organism.
If they do not succeed, they become vexed, irritated, and eat themselves up.
120. Health of the soul. The favourite medico-moral formula, whose originator was Ariston of Kynos, virtue is the health of the soul,
would, at least in order to be used, have to be altered to this:
thy virtue is the health of thy soul. For there is no such thing as health in itself, and all attempts to define a thing in that way have lamentably failed. It is necessary to know thy aim, thy horizons, thy powers, thy impulses, thy errors, and especially the ideals and fantasies of thy soul, in order to determine what health implies even for thy body. There are consequently innumerable kinds of physical health, and the more one again permits the unique and unparalleled to raise its head, the more one unlearns the dogma of the "equality of men," so much the more also must the conception of a normal health, together with a normal diet, and a normal course of disease, be abrogated by our physicians. And then only would it be time to turn our thoughts to the health and disease of the soul, and make the special virtue of everyone consist in its health. But, to be sure, what appeared as health in one person might appear as contrary to the health in another. In the end, the great question might still remain open: whether we could do without sickness, even for the development of our virtue, and whether our thirst for knowledge and self-knowledge would not especially need the sickly soul as well as the sound one. In short, whether the mere will to health is not a prejudice, a cowardice, and perhaps an instance of the subtlest barbarism and unprogressiveness? 121. Life no argument. We have arranged for ourselves a world in which we can live, by the postulating of bodies, lines, surfaces, causes and effects, motion and rest, form and content. Without these articles of faith, no one could manage to live at present. But for all that they are still unproved, life is no argument. Error might be among the conditions of life. 122. The element of moral scepticism in Christianity. Christianity also has made a great contribution to enlightenment, and has taught moral scepticism in a very impressive and effective manner, accusing and embittered, but with untiring patience and subtlety. It annihilated in every individual the belief in his virtues. It made the great virtuous ones, of whom antiquity had no lack, vanish for ever from the earth. Those popular men, who, in the belief of their perfection, walked about with the dignity of a hero of the bullfight, When, trained in this Christian school of scepticism, we now read the moral books of the ancients, for example those of Seneca and Epictetus, we feel a pleasurable superiority, and are full of secret insight and penetration. It seems to us as if a child talked before an old man, or a pretty gushing girl before La Rochefoucauld. We know better what virtue is. After all, however, we have applied the same scepticism to all religious states and processes, such as sin, repentance, grace, sanctification, etc., and have allowed the worm to burrow so well that we have now the same feeling of subtle superiority and insight even in reading all Christian books. We also know the religious feelings better, and it is time to know them well and describe them well, for the pious ones of the old belief die out also. Let us save their likeness and type, at least for the sake of knowledge. One, two, three. Knowledge more than a means. Also, without this passion, I refer to the passion for knowledge, science would be furthered. Science has hitherto increased and grown up without it. The good faith in science, the prejudice in its favour, by which states are at present dominated (it was even the Church formerly), rests fundamentally on the fact that the absolute inclination and impulse has so rarely revealed itself in it, and that science is regarded not as a passion, but as a condition and an "ethos." Indeed, amor plaisir of knowledge (curiosity) often enough suffices, amor vanity suffices, and habituation to it, with the afterthought of obtaining honour and bread. It even suffices for many that they do not know what to do with the surplus of leisure, except to continue reading, collecting, arranging, observing and narrating. Their "scientific impulse" is their ennui. Pope Louis X once in the brief to Beroaldus sang the praise of science. He designated it as the finest ornament and the greatest pride of our life, a noble employment in happiness and in misfortune. Without it, he says finally, all human undertakings would be without a firm basis; even with it, they are still sufficiently mutable and insecure. But this rather sceptical pope, like all other ecclesiastical panegyrists of science, suppressed his ultimate judgment concerning it. If one may deduce from his words what is remarkable enough for such a lover of art, that he places science above art, it is after all, however, only from politeness that he omits to speak of that which he places high above all science, the "revealed truth" and the "eternal salvation of the soul." What are ornaments, pride, entertainment, and security of life to him in comparison thereto? Science is something of secondary rank, nothing ultimate or unconditional, no object of passion. This judgment was kept back in Leo's soul, the truly Christian judgment concerning science. In antiquity its dignity and appreciation were lessened by the fact that, even among its most eager disciples, the striving after virtue stood foremost, and that people thought they had given the highest praise to knowledge when they celebrated it as the best means to virtue. It is something new in history that knowledge claims to be more than a means. One, two, four. In the horizon of the infinite. We have left the land and have gone aboard ship. We have broken down the bridge behind us, nay more, the land behind us. Well, little ship, look out! Besides thee is the ocean, It is true it does not always roar, and sometimes it spreads out like silk and gold and a gentle reverie. But times will come when thou wilt feel that it is infinite, and that there is nothing more frightful than infinity. Oh, the poor bird that felt itself free, and now strikes against the walls of this cage! Alas, if homesickness for the land should attack thee, as if there had been more freedom there, and there is no "land" any longer. 125. The Madman. Have you ever heard of the madman who on a bright morning lighted a lantern and ran into the market-place calling out unceasingly, "I seek God! I seek God!" As there were many people standing about who did not believe in God, he caused a great deal of amusement. "Why? Is he lost?" said one. "Has he strayed away like a child?" said another. "Or does he keep himself hidden? Is he afraid of us? Has he taken a sea voyage? Has he emigrated?" The people cried out laughingly, all in a hubbub. The insane man jumped into their midst and transfixed them with his glances. "Where has God gone?" he called out. "I mean to tell you, we have killed him, you and I. We are all his murderers. But how have we done it? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the whole horizon? What did we do when we loosened this earth from its sun? Whither does it now move? Whither do we move? Away from all suns? Do we not dash on unceasingly? Backwards, sideways, forwards, in all directions? Is there still an above and below? Do we not stray as through an infinite nothingness? Does not empty space breathe upon us? Has it not become colder? Does not night come on continually, darker and darker? Shall we not have to light lanterns in the morning? Do we not hear the noise of the grave diggers who are burying God? Do we not smell the divine putrefaction? For even gods putrefy. God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we console ourselves? The most murderous of all murderers, the holiest and the mightiest that the world has hitherto possessed, has bled to death under our knife. Who will wipe the blood from us? With what water shall we cleanse ourselves? What lustrums, what sacred games shall we have to devise? Is not the magnitude of this deed too great for us? Shall we not ourselves have to become gods merely to seem worthy of it? There never was a greater event. On account of it, all who are born after us belong to a higher history than any history hitherto. Here the madman was silent, and looked again at his hearers. They were also silent, and looked at him in surprise. At last he threw down his lantern on the ground, so it broke in pieces and was extinguished. "I come too early," he then said. "I am not yet at the right time. This prodigious event is still on its way, and is travelling. It has not yet reached men's ears. Lightning and thunder need time. The light of the stars needs time. Deeds need time. Even after they are done, to be seen and heard, this deed is as yet further from them than the furthest stars. And yet they have done it." It is further stated that the madman made his way into different churches on the same day, and there intoned his Requiem Aetrianum Deo. When led out and called to account, he always gave the reply, "What are these churches now, if they are not the tombs and monuments of God?" 126.
Mystical explanations. Mystical explanations are regarded as profound. The truth is, they do not even go to the length of being superficial. 127. After effect of the most ancient religiousness. The thoughtless man thinks that the will is the only thing that operates, that willing is something simple, manifestly given, underived, and comprehensible in itself. He is convinced that when he does anything, for example, when he delivers a blow, it is he who strikes, and he has struck because he willed to strike. He does not notice anything of a problem therein, but the feeling of willing suffices to him, not only for the acceptance of cause and effect, but also for the belief that he understands their relationship, of the mechanism of the occurrence, and of the manifold subtle operations that must be performed in order that the blow may result, and likewise of the incapacity of the will in itself to effect even the smallest part of those operations. He knows nothing. The will is to him a magically operating force. The belief in the will as the cause of effects is the belief in magically operating forces. In fact, whenever he saw anything happen, man originally believed in a will as cause, and in personally willing beings operating in the background. The conception of mechanism was very remote from him. Because, however, man for immense periods of time believed only in persons, and not in matter, forces, things, etc., the belief in cause and effect has become a fundamental belief with him, which he applies everywhere when anything happens, and even still uses instinctively as a piece of atavism of remotest origin. The propositions, "no effect without a cause," and "every effect again implies a cause," appear as generalization of several less general propositions. "Where there is operation, there has been willing." "Operating is only possible on willing beings." "There is never a pure, resultless experience of activity, but every experience involves stimulation of the will," to activity, defence, revenge, or retaliation. But in the primitive period of the human race, the latter and the former propositions were identical. The first were not generalizations of the second, but the second were explanations of the first. Schopenhauer, with his assumption that all that exists is something volitional, has set a primitive mythology on the throne. He seems never to have attempted an analysis of the will, because he believed, like everybody, in the simplicity, the immediateness of all volition, while volition is in fact such a cleverly practised mechanical process that it almost escapes the observing eye. I set the following propositions against those of Schopenhauer. Firstly, in order that a will may arise, an idea of pleasure and pain is necessary. Secondly, that a vigorous excitation may be felt as pleasure or pain is the affair of the interpreting intellect, which, to be sure, operates thereby for the most part unconsciously to us. And one and the same excitation may be interpreted as pleasure or pain. Thirdly, it is only in an intellectual being that there is pleasure, displeasure, and will. The immense majority of organisms have nothing of the kind. 128. The value of prayer. Prayer has been devised for such men as have never any thoughts of their own, and to whom an elevation of the soul is unknown, or passes unnoticed. What shall these people do in holy places, and in all important situations in life, which require repose and some kind of dignity? In order at least that they may not disturb
the wisdom of all the founders of religions, the small as well as the great, has commended to them the formula of prayer, as a long mechanical labour of the lips, united with an effort of the memory, and with a uniform prescribed attitude of hands and feet, and eyes. They may then, like the Tibetans, chew the cud of their Om mane padem hum innumerable times, or as in Benares, count the name of the god Ram Ram Ram,
and so on, with or without grace,
on their fingers, or on a Vishnu with his 1,000 names of invocation,
Allah with his 99.
Or they may make use of the prayer wheels and the rosary. The main thing is that they are settled down for a time at this work,
and present a tolerable appearance.
Their mode of prayer is devised for the advantage of the pious who have thought and elevation of their own. But even these have their weary hours, when a series of venerable words and sounds and a mechanical pious ritual does them good. But supposing that these rare men, in every religion the religious man is an exception, know how to help themselves, the poor in spirit do not know, and to forbid them the prayer babbling would mean to take their religion from them, a fact which Protestantism brings more and more to light. All that religion wants with such persons is that they should keep still with their eyes, hands, legs, and their organs. They thereby become temporarily beautified and more human-looking. 129. The conditions for God. God himself cannot subsist without wise men, said Luther, and with good reason, but God can still less subsist without unwise men. Good Luther did not say that. 130. The dangerous resolution. The Christian resolution to find the world ugly and bad has made the world ugly and bad. 131. Christianity and suicide. Christianity made use of the excessive longing for suicide at the time of its origin as a lever for its power. It left only two forms of suicide, invested them with the highest dignity and the highest hopes,
and forbade all others in a dreadful manner.
But martyrdom and the slow self-annihilation of the ascetic were permitted. 132. Against Christianity. It is now no longer our reason, but our taste that decides against Christianity. 133. Axioms. An unavoidable hypothesis on which mankind must always fall back again, is in the long run more powerful than the most firmly believed belief in something untrue, like the Christian belief. In the long run,
that means 100,000 years from now.
134. Pessimists as victims. When a profound dislike of existence gets the upper hand, the after-effect of a great error in diet of which a people has been long guilty comes to light. The spread of Buddhism not its origin is thus to a considerable extent dependent on the excessive and almost exclusive rice fare of the Indians,
and on the universal enervation that results therefrom.
Perhaps the modern European discontentedness is to be looked upon as caused by the fact that the world of our forefathers, the whole Middle Ages, was given to drink owing to the influence of German tastes in Europe. The Middle Ages, that means the alcoholic poisoning of Europe. The German dislike of life, including influence of the cellar air and stove poison in German dwellings, is essentially a cold weather complaint. 135. Origin of Sin. Sin, as it is at present felt wherever Christianity prevails, or has prevailed, is a Jewish feeling and a Jewish invention. And in respect to this background, all of Christian morality, Christianity has in fact aimed at, quote, Judaizing, unquote, the whole world. To what an extent this has succeeded in Europe is traced most accurately in the extent of our alienness to Greek antiquity. A world without the feeling of sin. In our sentiments even at present, in spite of all the goodwill to approximation and assimilation, which whole generations and many distinguished individuals have not failed to display, quote, only when thou repentest is God gracious to thee, that would have aroused the laughter or the wrath of a Greek. He would say, quote, slaves may have such sentiments, Here a mighty being, an almighty being, and yet a revengeful being, is presupposed. His power is so great that no injury whatever could be done to him except in the point of honour. Every sin is an infringement of respect, a crimen lese majestatis divinae, and nothing more. Contrition, degradation, rolling in the dust, these are the first and last conditions on which his favour depends, the restoration therefore of his divine honour. If injury be caused otherwise by sin, if a profound spreading evil be propagated by it, an evil which, like a disease, attacks and strangles one man after another, that does not trouble this honour-craving Oriental in heaven. Sin is an offence against him, not against mankind. To him on whom he has bestowed his favour, he bestows also this indifference to the natural consequences of sin. God and mankind are here thought of as separated, as so antithetical that sin against the latter cannot be at all possible. All deeds are to be looked upon solely with respect to their supernatural consequences, and not with respect to their natural results. It is thus that the Jewish feeling, to which all that is natural seems unworthy in itself, would have things. The Greeks, on the other hand, were more familiar with the thought that transgression also may have dignity, even theft, as in the case of Prometheus, even the slaughter of cattle, as the expression of frantic jealousy, as in the case of Ajax. In their need to attribute dignity to transgression and embody it therein, they invented tragedy, an art and a delight, which in its profoundest essence has remained alien to the Jew, in spite of all his poetic endowment and taste for the sublime. 136. The chosen people. The Jews, who regarded themselves as the chosen people among nations, and that too because they are the moral geniuses among the nations, in virtue of their capacity for despising the human in themselves more than any other people, the Jews have a pleasure in their divine monarch and saint similar to that which the French nobility had in Louis XIV. This nobility had allowed its power and autocracy to be taken from it and had become contemptible. In order not to feel this, in order to be able to forget it, an unequalled royal magnificence, a royal authority and plenitude of power was needed, to which there was only access for the nobility. In accordance with this privilege, they raised themselves to the elevation of the court, and from that elevation they saw everything under them, saw everything contemptible. They got beyond all uneasiness of conscience. They thus elevated intentionally the tower of the royal power more and more into the clouds, and set the final coping stone of their own power thereon. 137. Spoken in parable. A Jesus Christ is only possible in a Jewish landscape. I mean in one over which the gloomy and sublime thundercloud of the angry Jehovah hung continually. Here only was the rare, sudden flashing of a single sunbeam through the dreadful, universal and continuous nocturnal day regarded as a miracle of "love," as a beam of the most unmerited "grace." Here only could Christ dream of his rainbow and celestial ladder on which God descended to man. Everywhere else the clear weather and the sun were considered the rule and the commonplace. 138. The Error of Christ. The founder of Christianity thought there was nothing from which men suffered so much as from their sins. It was his error, the error of him who felt himself without sin, to whom experience was lacking in this respect. It was thus that his soul filled with that marvellous, fantastic pity which had reference to a trouble that even among his own people, the inventors of sin, was rarely a great trouble. But Christians understood subsequently how to do justice to their master, and how to sanctify his error into "truth." 139. Colour of the passions. Natures such as the Apostle Paul have an evil eye for the passions. They learnt to know only the filthy, the distorting, and the heart-breaking in them. Their ideal aim, therefore, is the annihilation of the passions. In the divine they see complete purification from passion. The Greeks, quite otherwise than Paul and the Jews, directed their ideal aim precisely to the passions, and loved, elevated, embellished and deified them. In passion they evidently not only felt themselves happier, but also purer and diviner than otherwise. And now the Christians? Have they wished to become Jews in this respect? Have they perhaps become Jews? 140. Too Jewish. If God wanted to become an object of love, he would first of all have to forego judging and justice. A judge, and even a gracious judge, is no object of love. The founder of Christianity showed too little of the finer feelings in this respect, being a Jew.
End of Book 3rd, Part 1. Book 3rd of the Joyful Wisdom, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Joyful Wisdom by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. Book 3rd, Part 2.
141. Too Oriental? What? A God who loves men, providing that they believe in him, and who hurls frightful glances and threatenings at him who does not believe in his love. What? A conditioned love, as the feeling of an almighty God,
which has not even become master of the sentiment of honour, and of the irritable desire for vengeance.
How oriental is all that? Quote, "If I love thee, what does it concern thee?" Unquote. Translator's footnote. This means that true love does not look for reciprocity. End translator's note. Is already sufficient criticism for the whole of Christianity. 142. Frankincense. Buddha says, Do not flatter thy benefactor. Let one repeat this saying in a Christian church. It immediately purifies the air of all Christianity. 143. The greatest utility of polytheism.
For the individual to set up his own ideal, and derive from it his laws, his pleasures, and his rights.
That has perhaps been hitherto regarded as the most monstrous of all human aberrations, and as idolatry in itself. In fact, the few who have ventured to do this have always needed to apologize to themselves, usually in this wise.
Quote,
not I, but a God through my instrumentality.
Unquote.
It was in this marvellous art and capacity for creating gods, in polytheism, that this impulse was permitted to discharge itself. It was here that it became purified, perfected and ennobled, for it was originally a commonplace and unimportant impulse, akin to stubbornness, disobedience and envy. To be hostile to this impulse towards the individual ideal, that was formerly the law of every morality. There was then only one norm, quote, the man, unquote, and every people believed that it had this one an ultimate norm. But above himself, and outside of himself, in a distant overworld, a person could see a multitude of norms.
The one God was not the denial or blasphemy of the other gods.
It was here that individuals were first permitted. It was here that the rights of individuals was first respected. The inventing of gods, heroes, and supermen of all kinds, as well as coordinating men and undermen,
dwarfs, fairies, centaurs, satyrs, demons, devils,
was the inestimable preliminary to the justification of the selfishness and sovereignty of the individual, the freedom which was granted to one god in respect to other gods, was at last given to the individual himself in respect to laws, customs, and neighbours. Monotheism, on the contrary, the rigid consequence of the doctrine of the one normal human being, consequently the belief in a normal God, beside whom there are only false, spurious gods, has perhaps been the greatest danger of mankind in the past. Man was then threatened by that premature state of inertia, which, so far as we can see, most of the other species of animals reached long ago, as creatures who all believed in one normal animal and ideal of their species, and definitely translated their morality of custom into flesh and blood. In polytheism, man's free thinking and many-sided thinking had a prototype set up, the power to create for himself new and individual eyes, always newer and more individualized, so that it is for man alone, of all the animals, that there are no eternal horizons and perspectives. 144. Religious Wars. The greatest advance of the masses hitherto has been religious war.
For it proves that the masses have begun to deal reverently with conceptions of things.
Religious wars only result when human reason generally has been refined by the subtlest disputes of sects, so that even the populace becomes punctilious, and regards trifles as important, actually thinking it possible that the quote, eternal salvation of the soul unquote, may depend upon minute distinctions of concept.
145. Danger of vegetarians. The immense prevalence of rice eating impels to the use of opium and narcotics, in like manner as the immense prevalence of potato eating impels to the use of brandy. It also impels, however, in its more subtle after-effects to modes of thinking and feeling which operate narcotically.
This is in accord with the fact that those who promote narcotic modes of thought and feeling, like those Indian teachers, praise a purely vegetable diet, and would like to make it a law for the masses. They want thereby to call forth and augment the need which they are in a position to satisfy. 146. German Hopes. Do not let us forget that the names of peoples are generally names of reproach. The Tartars, for example, according to their name, are quote, "the dogs." Unquote.
They were so christened by the Chinese.
Quote, "Deutschen," unquote, paren, Germans,
End paren.
means originally, quote, "heathen," unquote. It was thus that the Goths, after their conversion, named the great masses of their unbaptized fellow tribes, according to the indication in their translation of the Septuagint, in which the heathen are designated by the word which in Greek signifies, quote, "the nations," unquote, paren, see Ulphilas, end paren. It might still be possible for the Germans to make an honourable name ultimately out of their old name of reproach, by becoming the first non-Christian nation of Europe, for which purpose Schopenhauer, to their honour, regarded them as highly qualified. The work of Luther would thus be consummated, he who taught them to be anti-Roman, and to say, quote, "Here I stand, I cannot do otherwise," unquote. 147. Question and Answer. What do savage tribes at present accept first of all from Europeans? Brandy and Christianity, the European narcotics. And by what means are they fastest ruined?
By the European narcotics.
148. Where reformations originate. At the time of the greatest corruption of the Church, it was least of all corrupted in Germany. It was on that account that the Reformation originated here. As a sign, even the beginnings of corruption were felt to be unendurable. For, comparatively speaking, no people was ever more Christian than the Germans at the time of Luther. Their Christian culture was just about to burst into bloom with 100-fold splendour. One night only was still lacking, but that night brought the storm which put an end to all.
149. The failure of reformations. It testifies to the higher culture of the Greeks, even in rather early ages, that attempts to establish new Grecian religions frequently failed. It testifies that quite early there must have been a multitude of dissimilar individuals in Greece, whose dissimilar troubles were not cured by a single recipe of faith and hope. Pythagoras and Plato, perhaps also Empedocles, and already much earlier the Orphic enthusiasts, aimed at founding new religions. And the first two named were so endowed with the qualifications for founding religions that one cannot be sufficiently astonished at their failure. They just reached the point of founding sects. Each time that the reformation of an entire people fails and only sects raise their heads, one may conclude that the people already contained many types, and has begun to free itself from the gross herding instincts and the morality of custom. A momentous state of suspense, which one is accustomed to disparage as decaying of morals and corruption, while it announces the maturing of the egg and the early rupture of the shell. That Luther's Reformation succeeded in the north is a sign that the north had remained backward in comparison with the south of Europe, and still had requirements tolerably uniform in colour and kind. And there would have been no Christianizing of Europe at all,
if the culture of the old world of the south had not been gradually barbarized by an excessive admixture of the blood of German barbarians, and thus lost its ascendancy. The more universally and unconditionally an individual, or the thought of an individual, can operate, so much more homogeneous and so much lower must be the mass that is there operated upon, while counter-strivings betray internal counter-requirements, which also want to gratify and realise themselves. Reversely, one may always conclude with regard to an actual elevation of culture, when powerful and ambitious natures only produce a limited and sectarian effect. This is true also for the separate arts, and for the provinces of knowledge. Where there is ruling, there are masses. Where there are masses, there is need of slavery. Where there is slavery, the individuals are but few, and have the instincts and conscience of the herd opposed to them. 150. Criticism of saints. Must one then, in order to have a virtue, be desirous of having it precisely in its most brutal form, as the Christian saints desired and needed? Those who only endured life with the thought that the sight of their virtue self-contempt might seize every man, a virtue with such an effect I call brutal. 151. The origin of religion. The metaphysical requirement is not the origin of religions, as Schopenhauer claims, but only a later sprout from them. Under the dominance of religious thoughts we have accustomed ourselves to the idea of "another" (back, under or upper) world, and feel an uncomfortable void and privation through the annihilation of the religious illusion, and then "another world" grows out of this feeling once more, but now it is only a metaphysical world, and no longer a religious one. That, however, which in general leads to the assumption of "another world" in primitive times, was not an impulse or requirement, but an error in the interpretation of certain natural phenomena, a difficulty of the intellect. 152. The greatest change. The lustre and the hues of all things have changed. We no longer quite understand how earlier men conceived of the most familiar and frequent things, for example, of the day, and the awakening in the morning. Owing to their belief in dreams, the waking state seemed to them differently illuminated, and similarly of the whole of life, with its reflection of death and its significance. Our "death" is an entirely different death. All events were of a different lustre, for a God shone forth in them, and similarly of all resolutions and peeps into the distant future, for people had oracles and secret hints, and believed in prognostication. "Truth" was conceived in quite a different manner, for the insane could formerly be regarded as its mouthpiece, a thing which made us shudder or laugh. Injustice made a different impression on the feelings, for people were afraid of divine retribution, and not only of legal punishment and disgrace. What joy was there in an age when men believed in the devil and tempter? What passion was there when people saw demons lurking close at hand? What philosophy was there when doubt was regarded as sinfulness of the most dangerous kind, and in fact as the outrage on eternal love, as distrust of everything good, high, pure, and compassionate? We have coloured things anew, we paint them over continually. But what have we been able to do hitherto, in comparison with that splendid colouring of that old master? I mean ancient humanity. 153. Homo Poeta. I myself, who have made this tragedy of tragedies altogether independently, in so far as it is completed, I who have first entwined the perplexities of morality about existence, and have tightened them so that only a god can unravel them, so Horace demands. I have already in the fourth act killed all the gods, for the sake of morality. What is now to be done about the fifth act? Where shall I get the tragic denouncement? Must I now think about a comic denouncement? 154. Differences in the dangerousness of life. You don't know at all what you experience. You run through life as if intoxicated, and now and then fall down a stair. Thanks, however, to your intoxication, you still do not break your limbs. Your muscles are too languid, and your head too confused to find the stones of the staircase as hard as we others do. For us life is a great danger. We are made of glass, alas, if we should strike against anything, and all is lost if we should fall. 155. What we lack. We love the grandeur of nature, and have discovered it. That is because human grandeur is lacking in our minds. It is the reverse with the Greeks. Their feeling towards nature was quite different from ours. 156. The most influential person. The fact that a person resists the whole spirit of his age, stops it at the door and calls it to account, must exert an influence. It is indifferent whether he wishes to exert an influence. The point is that he can. 157. Mentiare. Take care, he reflects. He will have a lie ready immediately. This is a stage in civilization of whole nations. Consider only what the Romans expressed by mentiare. 158. An inconvenient peculiarity. To find everything deep is an inconvenient peculiarity that makes one constantly strain one's eyes, so that in the end one always finds more than one wishes. 159. Every virtue has its time. The honesty of him who is at present inflexible often causes him remorse, for inflexibility is the virtue of a time different from that in which honesty prevails. 160. In intercourse with virtues. One can also be undignified and flattering towards a virtue. 161. To the admirers of the age. A runaway priest and the liberated criminal are continually making grimaces. What they want is a look without a past. But have you ever seen men who know that their look reflects the future, and who are so courteous to you, the admirers of the "age," that they assume a look without a future? 162. Egotism. Egotism is the perspective law of our sentiment, according to which the near appears large and momentous, while in the distance the magnitude and importance of all things diminish. 163. After a great victory. The best thing in a great victory is that it deprives the conqueror of the fear of defeat. Why should I not be worsted for once? He says to himself. I am now rich enough to stand it. 164. Those who seek repose. I recognise the minds that seek repose by the many dark objects with which they surround themselves. Those who want to sleep darken their chambers or creep into caverns. A hint to those who do not know what they really seek most, and would like to know. 165. The happiness of renunciation. He who has absolutely dispensed with something for a long time will almost imagine, when he accidentally meets it again, that he has discovered it. And what happiness every discoverer has! Let us be wiser than the serpents that lie too long in the same sunshine. 166. always in their own society. All that is akin to me in nature and history speaks to me, praises me, urges me forwards, and comforts me. The other thing is unheard by me, or immediately forgotten. We are only in our own society always. 167. Misanthropy and Philanthropy. We only speak about being sick of men, when we can also no longer digest them, and yet have the stomach full of them. Misanthropy is the result of a far too eager philanthropy, and "cannibalism."
But whoever bade you swallow men like oysters, my Prince Hamlet?
168. Concerning an invalid. Things go badly with him. What is wrong? He suffers from the longing to be praised, and finds no sustenance for it. Inconceivable! All the world does honour to him, and he is reverenced not only in deed but in word. Certainly, but he is dull of hearing for the praise. When a friend praises him, it sounds to him as if the friend praised himself. When an enemy praised him, it sounded to him as if the enemy wanted to be praised for it. When, finally, someone else praises him, there are by no means so many of those. He is so famous. He is offended because they neither want him for a friend nor for an enemy. He is accustomed to say, "What do I care for those who can still pose as the all-righteous towards me?" 169. Avowed Enemies. Bravery in the presence of an enemy is a thing by itself. A person may possess it and still be a coward and an irresolute numbskull. That was Napoleon's opinion concerning the "bravest men" he knew, Murat. Whence it follows that avowed enemies are indispensable to some men, if they are to attain to their virtue, to their manliness, to their cheerfulness. 170. With the multitude. He has hitherto gone with the multitude and is a panegyrist, but one day he will be its opponent. For he follows it in the belief that his laziness will find its advantage thereby. He has not yet learned that the multitude is not lazy enough for him, that it always presses forwards, that it does not allow anyone to stand still, and he likes so well to stand still. 171. Fame. When the gratitude of many to one casts aside all shame, then fame originates. 172. The perverter of taste. A. You are the perverter of taste, they say so everywhere. B. Certainly, I pervert everyone's taste for his party. No party forgives me for that. 173. To be profound and to appear profound. He who knows that he is profound strives for clearness. He who would like to appear profound to the multitude strives for obscurity. The multitude thinks everything profound of which it cannot see the bottom. It is so timid and goes so unwillingly into the water. 174. Apart. Parliamentarism, that is to say, the public permission to choose between 5 main political opinions, insinuates itself into the favour of the numerous classes who would fain appear independent and individual, and like to fight for their opinions. After all, however, it is a matter of indifference whether one opinion is imposed upon the herd, or 5 opinions are permitted to it. He who diverges from the 5 public opinions and goes apart has always the whole herd against him. 175. Concerning eloquence. What has hitherto had the most convincing eloquence? The rolling of the drum.
and as long as kings have this at their command, they will always be the best orators and popular leaders. 176. Compassion. The poor, ruling princes, all their rights now change unexpectedly into claims, and all these claims immediately sound like pretensions. And if they but say, quote, "we," unquote, or, quote, "my people," unquote, wicked old Europe begins laughing. Verily, a chief master of ceremonies of the modern world would make little ceremony with them. Perhaps he would decree that les souverains rangent en parvenus. 177. On, quote, educational matters, unquote. In Germany, an important educational means is lacking for higher men, namely, the laughter of higher men. These men do not laugh in Germany. 178. For moral enlightenment. The Germans must be talked out of their Mephistopheles, and out of their Faust also. These are two moral prejudices against the value of knowledge. 179. Thoughts. Thoughts are the shadows of our sentiments, always, however, obscurer, emptier, and simpler. 180. The good time for free spirits. Free spirits take liberties even with regard to science, and meanwhile they are allowed to do so, while the Church still remains, in so far they have now their good time. 181. Following and leading. A. Of the two, the one will always follow, the other will always lead, whatever be the course of their destiny, and yet the former is superior to the other in virtue and intellect. B. And yet? And yet? That is spoken for the others, not for me, not for us. Fight secundum regulum. 182. In solitude. When one lives alone, one does not speak too loudly. And one does not write too loudly either, for one fears the hollow reverberation, the criticism of the nymph Echo. And all voices sound differently in solitude. 183. The music of the best future. The first musicians for me would be he who knew only the sorrow of the profoundest happiness, and no other sorrow. There has not hitherto been such a musician. 184. Justice. Better allow oneself to be robbed than to have scarecrows around one. That is my taste. And under all circumstances it is just a matter of taste, and nothing more. 185. Poor. He is now poor, but not because everything has been taken from him, but because he has thrown everything away. What does he care? He is accustomed to finding new things. It is the poor who misunderstand his voluntary poverty. 186. Bad conscience. All that he now does is excellent and proper, and yet he has a bad conscience with it all, for the exceptional is his task. 187. Offensiveness in expression. This artist offends me by the way in which he expresses his ideas, his very excellent ideas, so diffusely and forcibly, and with such gross rhetorical artifices, as if he were speaking to the mob. We feel always as if, quote, in bad company, unquote, when devoting some time to his art. 188. Work. How closely work and the workers now stand even to the most leisurely of us. The royal courtesy in the words, quote, we are all workers, unquote, would have been a cynicism and an indecency even under Louis XIV. 189. The Thinker. He is a thinker, that is to say, he knows how to take things more simply than they are. 190. Against eulogizers. A. One is only praised by one's equals. B. Yes, and he who praises you says, you are my equal. 191. Against many a vindication. The most perfidious manner of injuring a cause is to vindicate it intentionally with fallacious arguments. 192. The good-natured. What is it that distinguishes the good-natured, whose countenances beam kindness from other people? They feel quite at ease in presence of a new person, and are quickly enamoured of him. They therefore wish him well. Their first opinion is, quote, he pleases me, unquote. With him there follow in succession the wish to appropriate, paren. They make little scruple about the person's worth, rapid appropriation, joy in the possession, and actions in favour of the person possessed. 193. Kant's joke. Kant tried to prove, in a way that dismayed, quote, everybody, unquote, that, quote, everybody, unquote, was in the right. That was his secret joke. He wrote against the learned, in favour of the popular prejudice. He wrote, however, for the learned, and not for the people. 194. The, quote, open-hearted, unquote, man. That man acts probably always from concealed motives, for he has always communicable motives on his tongue, and almost in his open hand. 195. Laughable. See, he runs away from men. They follow him, however, because he runs before them. They are such a gregarious lot. 196. The limits of our sense of hearing. We hear only the questions to which we are capable of finding an answer. 197. Caution, therefore! There is nothing we are fonder of communicating to others than the seal of secrecy, together with what is under it. 198. Vexation of the proud man. The proud man is vexed even with those who help him forwards. He looks angrily at his carriage horses. 199. Liberality. Liberality is often only a form of timidity in the rich. 200. Laughing. To laugh means to love mischief, but with a good conscience. 201. In applause. In applause there is always some kind of noise, even in self-applause. 202. A spendthrift. He has not yet the poverty of the rich man who has counted all his treasure. He squanders his spirit with the irrationalities of the spendthrift nature. 203. Hic niger est. Usually he has no thoughts, but in exceptional cases bad thoughts come to him. 204. Beggars and courtesy. One is not discourteous when one knocks at a door with a stone when the bell-pull is a-wanting, unquote. So thinks all beggars and necessitous persons, but no one thinks they are in the right. 205. Need. Need is supposed to be the cause of things, but in truth it is often only the effect of the things themselves. 206. During the rain. It rains, and I think of the poor people who now crowd together with their many cares,
which they are unaccustomed to conceal. All of them, therefore, ready and anxious to give pain to one another, and thus provide themselves with a pitiable kind of comfort, even in bad weather. This only is the poverty of the poor. 207. The envious man. That is the envious man. It is not desirable that he should have children. He would be envious of them,
because he can no longer be a child.
208. A great man. Because a person is, quote, a great man, unquote, we are not authorized to infer that he is a man. Perhaps he is only a boy, or a chameleon of all ages, or a bewitched girl. 209. A mode for asking for reasons. There is a mode for asking for our reasons, which not only makes us forget our best reasons, but also arouses in us a spite and repugnance against reason generally.
A very stupefying mode of questioning, and properly an artifice of tyrannical men.
210. Moderation in diligence. One must not be anxious to surpass the diligence of one's father. That would make one ill. 211. Secret enemies. To be able to keep a secret enemy, that is a luxury which the morality even of the highest-minded persons can rarely afford.
212. Not letting oneself be deluded. His spirit has bad manners, it is hasty and always stutters with impatience, so that one would hardly suspect the deep breathing and the large chest of the soul in which it resides. 213. The way to happiness. A sage asked of a fool the way to happiness. The fool answered without delay, like one who had been asked the way to the next town, "Admire yourself, and live on the street." "Hold," cried the sage, "you require too much. It suffices to admire oneself." The fool replied, "But how can one constantly admire without constantly despising?" 214. Faith saves. Virtue gives happiness and a state of blessedness only to those who have a strong faith in their virtue. Not, however, to the more refined souls whose virtue consists of a profound distrust of themselves and of all virtue. After all, therefore, it is, quote, faith that saves, unquote, here also, and be it well observed, not virtue. 215. The ideal and the material. You have a noble ideal before your eyes, but are you also such a noble stone that such a divine image could be formed out of you? Without that, is not all your labour barbaric sculpturing, a blasphemy of your ideal? 216. Danger in the voice. With a very loud voice a person is almost incapable of reflecting on subtle matters. 217. Cause and effect. Before the effect one believes in other causes than after the effect. 218. My antipathy. I do not like those people who, in order to produce an effect, have to burst like bombs, and in whose neighbourhood one is always in danger of suddenly losing one's hearing, or even something more. 219. The object of punishment. The object of punishment is to improve him who punishes. That is the ultimate appeal for those who justify punishment. 220. Sacrifice. The victims think otherwise than the spectators about sacrifice and sacrificing, but they have never been allowed to express their opinion. 221. Consideration. Fathers and sons are much more considerate of one another than mothers and daughters. 222. Poet and liar. The poet sees a liar in his foster brother whose milk he has drunk up. The latter has thus remained wretched and not even attained to a good conscience. 223. Vicariousness of the senses. We have also eyes in order to hear with them, said the old confessor who had grown deaf, and among the blind he that has the longest ears is king. 224. Animal criticism. I fear that animals regard man as being like themselves, very seriously endangered by a loss of sound animal understanding. They regard him, perhaps, as the absurd animal, the laughing animal, the crying animal, the unfortunate animal. 225. The natural. Quote, evil has always had a great effect, and nature is evil. Let us therefore be natural. End quote. So reason secretly the great aspirants after effect, who are too often counted among great men. 226. The distrustful and their style. We say the strongest things simply, provided people are about us who believe in our strength. Such an environment educates to quote, simplicity of style. Unquote. The distrustful, on the other hand, speak emphatically. They make things emphatic. 227. Fallacy. He cannot rule himself, therefore that woman concludes that it will be easy to rule him, and throws out her lines to catch him, the poor creature, who in a short time will be his slave. 228. Against mediators. He who attempts to mediate between two decided thinkers is rightly called mediocre. He has not an eye for seeing the unique. Similarizing and equalizing are signs of weak eyes. 229. Obstinacy and loyalty. Out of obstinacy he holds fast to a cause of which the questionableness has become obvious. He calls that, however, his quote, loyalty. Unquote. 230. Lack of reserve. His whole nature fails to convince. That results from the fact that he has never been reticent about a good action he has performed. 231. The quote, plodders. Unquote. Persons slow of apprehension think that slowness forms part of knowledge. 232. Dreaming. Either one does not dream at all, or one dreams in an interesting manner. One must learn to be awake in the same fashion, either not at all, or in an interesting manner. 233. The most dangerous point of view. What I now do, or neglect to do, is as important for all that is to come as the greatest event of the past. In this immense perspective of effects, all actions are equally great and small. 234. Conciliatory words of a musician. Quote, your life does not sound into people's ears. For them you live a dumb life, and all refinements of melody, all fond resolutions in following or leading the way, are concealed from them. To be sure, you do not parade the thoroughfares with regimental music, but these good people have no right to say on that account that your life is lacking in music. He that hath ears, let him hear. Unquote. 235. Spirit and character. Many a one attains his full height of character, but his spirit is not adapted to the elevation, and many a one reversely. 236. To move the multitude. Is it not necessary for him who wants to move the multitude to give a stage representation of himself? Has he not first to translate himself into the grotesquely obvious, and then set forth his whole personality, and cause in that vulgarizing and simplified fashion? 237. The polite man. He is so polite. Yes, he has always a sop for Cerberus with him, and so timid that he takes everybody for Cerberus, even you and me. That is his, quote, politeness, unquote. 238. Without envy. He is wholly without envy, but there is no merit therein. For he wants to conquer a land which no one has yet possessed, and hardly anyone has even seen. 239. The joyless person. A single joyless person is enough to make constant displeasure and a clouded heaven in a household. And it is only by a miracle that such a person is lacking. Happiness is not nearly such a contagious disease. How is that? 240. On the seashore. I would not build myself a house, paren. It is an element of my happiness not to be a house owner, end paren. If I had to do so, however, I should build it, like many of the Romans, right into the sea. I should like to have some secrets in common with that beautiful monster. 241. Work and artist. This artist is ambitious and nothing more. Ultimately, however, his work is only a magnifying glass, which he offers to everyone who looks in his direction. 242. Sumi kai kyu. However great be my greed of knowledge, I cannot appropriate aught of things but what already belongs to me. The property of others still remains in things. How is it possible for a man to be a thief or a robber? 243. Origin of, quote, good, unquote, and, quote, bad, unquote. He only will devise an improvement who can feel that, quote, this is not good, unquote. 244. Thoughts and words. Even our thoughts we are unable to render completely in words. 245. Praise in choice. The artist chooses his subjects. That is his mode of praising. 246. Mathematics. We want to carry the refinement and rigour of mathematics into all the sciences, as far as it is in any way possible, not in the belief that we shall apprehend things in this way, but in order thereby to assert our human relation to things. Mathematics is only a means to general and ultimate human knowledge. 247. Habits. All our habits make our hand wittier and our wit unhandier. 248. Books. On what account is a book that never carries us away beyond all books? 249. The sigh of the seeker of knowledge. Quote, O my covetousness! In this soul there is no disinterestedness, but an all-desiring self, which, by means of many individuals, would fain see with its own eyes, and grasp with its own hands, a self bringing back even the entire past, and wanting to lose nothing that could in any way belong to it. Oh, this flame of my covetousness! Oh, that I were reincarnated into 100 individuals! End quote.
He who does not know the sigh by experience does not know the passion of the seeker of knowledge either. 250. Guilt. Although the most intelligent judges of the witches, and even the witches themselves, were convinced of the guilt of witchcraft, the guilt, nevertheless, was not there. So it is with all guilt. 251. Misunderstood sufferers. Great natures suffer otherwise than their worshippers imagine. They suffer most severely from the ignoble, petty emotions of certain evil moments, in short, from their doubt of their own greatness. Not, however, from the sacrifices and martyrdoms which their task requires of them. As long as Prometheus sympathizes with men, and sacrifices himself for them, he is happy and proud in himself. But on becoming envious of Zeus and of the homage which mortals pay to him, then Prometheus suffers. 252. Better to be in debt. Quote, better to remain in debt than to pay with money that does not bear our stamp. End quote. That is what our sovereignty prefers. 253. Always at home. One day we attain our goal, and then refer with pride to the long journeys we have made to reach it. In truth, we did not notice that we travelled. We got into the habit of thinking that we were at home in every place. 254. Against embarrassment. He who is always thoroughly occupied is rid of all embarrassment. 255. Imitators. A. What? You don't want to have imitators? B. I don't want people to do anything after me. I just want everyone to do something before me, paren, as a pattern to himself, end paren, just as I do. A. Consequently? 256. Skinniness. All profound men have their happiness in imitating the fly-fish for once, and playing on the crest of the waves. They think that what they do best of all things is their surface, their skinniness. Sit venia verbo. 257. From experience. A person often does not know how rich he is, until he learns from experience what rich men even play the thief on him. 258. The deniers of chance. No conquerors believe in chance. 259. From Paradise. Good and evil are God's prejudices, said the serpent. 260. 1 times 1. One only is always in the wrong, but with two truth begins. One only cannot prove himself right, but two are already beyond refutation. 261. Originality. What is originality? To see something that does not yet bear a name, that cannot yet be named, although it is before everyone's eyes. As people are usually constituted, it is the name that first makes things generally visible to them. Original persons have also, for the most part, been the namer of things. 262. Subspecie aeterni. A. You withdraw faster and faster from the living. They will soon strike you out of their lists. B. It is the only way to participate in the privilege of the dead. A. In what privilege? B. In no longer having to die. 263. Without vanity. When we love, we want our defects to remain concealed, not out of vanity, but lest the person loved should suffer therefrom. Indeed, the lover would like to appear as a god, and not out of vanity either. 264. What we do. What we do is never understood, but only praised and blamed. 265. Ultimate Skepticism. But what after all are man's truths? They are his irrefutable errors. 266. Where cruelty is necessary. He who is great is cruel to his second-rate virtues and judgments. 267. With a high aim. With a high aim, a person is superior even to justice, and not only to his deeds and judges. 268. What makes heroic? To face simultaneously one's greatest sufferings and one's highest hope. 269. What dost thou believe in?
In this, that the weights of all things must be determined anew.
270. What saith thy conscience? Thou shalt become what thou art. 271. Where are thy greatest dangers?
In pity.
272. What dost thou love in others? My hopes. 273. What dost thou call bad?
Him who always wants to put others to shame.
274. What dost thou think most humane? To spare a person shame.
275. What is the seal of liberty attained?
To be no longer ashamed of oneself.
End of Book 3rd. Book 4th of the Joyful Wisdom, Part 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Joyful Wisdom by Friedrich Nietzsche. Translated by Thomas Common. Book 4th,
Sanctus Januarius. Thou, who with cleaving fiery lances the stream of my soul from its ice dost free, till with a rush and roar it advances to enter with glorious hoping the sea, the brighter to see and purer ever, free in the bonds of thy sweet constraint, so it praises thy wondrous endeavour, January, thou beauteous saint. Genoa, January 1882. 276. For the New Year. I still live, I still think, I must still live, for I must still think. Sum ergo cogito, cogito ergo sum. Today everyone takes the liberty of expressing his wish and his favourite thought. Well, I also mean to tell what I have wished for myself today, and what thought first crossed my mind this year, a thought which ought to be the basis, the pledge, and the sweetening of all my future life. I want more and more to perceive the necessary characters in things as beautiful. I shall thus be one of those who beautify things. Amor fati, let that henceforth be my love. I do not want to wage war with the ugly. I do not want to accuse. I do not even want to accuse the accusers. Looking aside, let that be my sole negation. And, all in all, to sum up, I wish to be at any time thereafter only a yea-sayer. 277. Personal Providence. There is a certain climax in life at which, notwithstanding our freedom, and however much we may have denied all directing reason and goodness in the beautiful chaos of existence, we are once more in great danger of intellectual bondage, and have to face our hardest test. But now the thought of a personal providence first presents itself before us with its most persuasive force, and has the best of advocates, apparentness, in its favour. Now, when it is obvious that all and everything that happens to us always turns out for the best, the life of every day and every hour seems to be anxious for nothing else, but always to prove this proposition anew, let it be what it will, bad or good weather. The loss of a friend, a sickness, a calumny, the non-receipt of a letter, the spraining of one's foot, a glance into a shop window, a counter-argument, an opening of a book, a dream, a deception. It shows itself immediately or very soon afterwards as something, quote, not permitted to be absent, unquote. It is full of profound significance and utility precisely for us. Is there a more dangerous temptation to rid ourselves of the belief in the gods of Epicurus, those careless unknown gods, and believe in some anxious and mean divinity, who knows personally every little hair on our heads, and feels no disgust in rendering the most wretched services? Well, I mean, in spite of all this, we want to leave the gods alone, paren, and the serviceable genii likewise, and wish to content ourselves with the assumption that our own practical and theoretical skilfulness in explaining and suitably arranging events has now reached its highest point. We do not want to think too highly of this dexterity of our wisdom, when the wondrous harmony which results from playing on our instrument sometimes surprises us too much, a harmony which sounds too well for us to dare to ascribe it to ourselves. In fact, now and then there is one who plays with us, beloved Chance. He leads our hand occasionally, and even the all-wise Providence could not devise any finer music than that of which our foolish hand is then capable. 278. The Thought of Death. It gives me a melancholy happiness to live in the midst of this confusion of streets, of necessities, of voices. How much enjoyment, impatience and desire, how much thirsty life and drunkenness of life comes to light here every moment! And yet it would soon be so still for all those shouting, lively, life-loving people! How everyone's shadow, his gloomy travelling companion, stands behind him! It is always as in the last moment before the departure of an emigrant ship. People have more than ever to say to one another, the hour presses, the ocean with its lonely silence waits impatiently behind all the noise, so greedily, so certain of its prey, and all suppose that the past has been nothing, or a small matter, that the near future is everything. Hence this haste, this crying, this self-deafening and self-overreaching. Everyone wants to be foremost in this future, and yet death and the stillness of death are the only things certain and common to all in this future. How strange that this sole thing that is certain and common to all exercises almost no influence on men, and that they are the furthest from regarding themselves as the brotherhood of death. It makes me happy to see that men do not want to think at all of the idea of death. I would fain do something to make the idea of life even 100 times more worthy of their attention. 279. Stellar Friendship. We are friends, and have become strangers to each other.
But this is as it ought to be. We do not want either to conceal or obscure the fact, as if we had to be ashamed of it. We are two ships, each of which has its goal and its course. We may, to be sure, cross one another in our paths, and celebrate a feast together as we did before, and then the gallant ships lay quietly in one harbour and in one sunshine, so that it may have been thought they were already at their goal, and that they had had one goal. But then the almighty strength of our tasks forced us apart once more into different seas and into different zones, and perhaps we shall never see one another again, or perhaps we may see one another, but know not one another again. The different seas and suns have altered us. That we had to become strangers to one another is the law to which we are subject. Just by that shall we become more sacred to one another. Just by that the thought of our former friendship become holier. There is probably some immense, indivisible curve and stellar orbit in which our courses and goals, so widely different, may be comprehended as small stages of the way. Let us raise ourselves to this thought. But our life is too short, and our power of vision too limited for us to be more than friends in the sense of that sublime possibility. And so we shall believe in our stellar friendship, though we should have to be terrestrial enemies to one another. 280. Architecture for Thinkers. An insight is needed, and that probably very soon, as to what is specifically lacking in our great cities, namely, quiet, spacious, and widely extended places for reflection, places with long, lofty colonnades for bad weather, or for 2 sunny days, where no noise of waggons or of shouters would penetrate, and where a more refined propriety would prohibit loud braying even to the priests. Buildings and situations which, as a whole, would express the sublimity of self-communion and seclusion from the world. The time is past when the Church possessed the monopoly of reflection, when the vita contemplativa had always the first place to be the vita religiosa, and everything that the Church has built expressed this thought. I know not how we could content ourselves with their structures, even if they were so divested of their ecclesiastical purposes. These structures speak a far too pathetic and too biased speech. As the house of God, and places of splendour for supernatural intercourse, for us godless ones to be able to think our thoughts in them. We want to have ourselves translated into stone and plant. We want to go for a walk in ourselves when we wander in these halls and gardens. 281. Knowing how to find the end. Masters of the first rank are recognized by knowing in a perfect manner how to find the end, in the whole as well as in the part, be it the end of a melody or of a thought, be it the fifth act of a tragedy or of a state affair. The masters of a second degree always become restless towards the end, and seldom dip down into the sea with a proud, quiet equilibrium as, for example, the mountain ridge at Portofino, where the Bay of Genoa sings its melody to an end. 282. The Gate.
There are mannerisms of the intellect by which even great minds betray that they originate from the populace, or from the semi-populace. It is principally the gait and steps of their thoughts which betray them. They cannot walk. It is thus that even Napoleon, to his profound chagrin, could not walk "legitimately," and in a princely fashion on occasions when it was necessary to do so properly, as in great coronation processions, or on similar occasions. Even there he was always just the leader of the column, proud and brusque at the same time, and very self-conscious of it all. It is somewhat laughable to see those writers who make the folding of robes of their periods rustle around them. They want to cover their feet. 283. Pioneers. I greet all the signs indicating that a more manly and warlike age is commencing, which will, above all, bring heroism again into honour. For it has to prepare the way for a yet higher age, and gather the force which the latter will one day require, the age which will carry heroism into knowledge, and wage war for the sake of ideas and consequences. For that end many brave pioneers are now needed, who, however, cannot originate out of nothing, and just as little out of the sand and slime of present-day civilization, and the culture of great cities. Men silent, solitary and resolute, who know how to be contented and persistent in invisible activity. Men who with innate disposition seek all things that which is to be overcome in them. Men to whom cheerfulness, patience, simplicity, and contempt for the great vanities belong just as much as do magnanimity in victory and indulgence to the trivial vanities of all the vanquished. Men with an acute and independent judgment regarding all victors, and concerning the part which chance has played in the winning of victory and fame. Men with their own holidays, their own work days, and their own periods of mourning, accustomed to command with perfect assurance, and equally ready, if need be, to obey, proud in the one case as in the other, equally serving their own interests, men more imperilled, more productive, more happy. For believe me, the secret of realizing the largest productivity and the greatest enjoyment of existence is to live in danger. Build your cities on the slopes of Vesuvius, send your ships into unexplored seas, live in war with your equals and be yourselves. Be robbers and spoilers, ye knowing ones, as long as ye cannot be rulers and possessors. The time will soon pass when you can be satisfied to live like timorous deer concealed in the forests. Knowledge will finally stretch out her hand for that which belongs to her. She means to rule and possess, and you with her. 284. Belief in oneself. In general, few men have belief in themselves, and those few some are endowed with it as a useful blindness or partial obscuration of intellect. What would they perceive if they could see to the bottom of themselves? The others must first acquire the belief for themselves. Everything good, clever or great that they do is first of all an argument against the sceptic that dwells in them. The question is how to convince or persuade this sceptic, and for that purpose genius almost is needed. They are singly dissatisfied with themselves. 285. Excelsior. Quote, Thou wilt never more pray, never more worship, never more repose in infinite trust. Thou refusest to stand still and dismiss thy thoughts before an ultimate wisdom, an ultimate virtue, an ultimate power. Thou hast no constant guardian and friend in thy seven solitudes. Thou livest without the outlook on a mountain that has snow on its head and fire in its heart. There is no longer any requiter for thee, nor any amender with his finishing touch. There is no longer any reason in which that which happens, or any love in that which will happen to thee. There is no longer any resting place for thy weary heart, where it has only to find and no longer to seek. Thou art opposed to any kind of ultimate peace. Thou desirest the eternal recurrence of war and peace. Man of renunciation, wilt thou renounce in all these things? Who will give thee the strength to do so? No one has yet this strength. There is a lake which one day refused to flow away, and threw up a dam at the place where it had hitherto flowed away. Since then this lake has always risen higher and higher. Perhaps the very renunciation will also furnish us with the strength for which the renunciation itself can be borne. Perhaps man will ever rise higher and higher from that point onward, when he no longer flows out into a god. 286. A digression. Here are hopes. But what will you see and hear of them, if you have not experienced glance and glow and dawn of day in thy own souls? I can only suggest, I can do no more. To move the stones, to make animals men. Will you have me do that? Alas, if you are yet stones and animals, seek first your Orpheus. 287. Love of blindness. My thoughts, said the wanderer to his shadow, ought to show me where I stand, but they should not betray to me whither I go. I love ignorance of the future, and I do not want to come to grief by impatience and anticipatory tastings of promised things. 288. Lofty moods. It seems to me that most men do not believe in lofty moods, unless it be for the moment, or at most for a quarter of an hour, except the few who know by experience a long duration of high feeling. But to be absolutely a man with a single lofty feeling, the incarnation of a single lofty mood, that has hitherto been only a dream and an enchanted possibility. History does not give us any untrustworthy example of it. Nevertheless, it could some day produce such men also. When a multitude of favourable conditions have been created and established, which at present even the happiest chance is unable to throw together, perhaps that very state which has hitherto entered into our soul as an exception, felt with horror now and then, may be the usual condition of those future souls, a continuous movement between high and low, and the feeling of high and low, the constant state of mounting as on steps, and at the same time reposing as on clouds. 289. Aboard ship. When one considers how a full philosophical justification of his mode of living and thinking operates on every individual, namely, as a warming, blessing, and fructifying sun, especially shining on him, how it makes him independent of praise and blame, self-sufficient, rich, and generous in bestowing of happiness and kindness, how it unceasingly transforms the evil into good, and brings all the energies into bloom and maturity, and altogether hinders the growth of the greater and lesser weeds of chagrin and discontent. One at last cries out inopportunely, "Oh, that many such new sons were created. The evil man, also, the unfortunate man, and the exceptional man, shall each have his philosophy, his rights, and his sunshine. It is not sympathy with them that is necessary. One must unlearn this arrogant fancy, notwithstanding that humanity has so long learned it and used it exclusively. We have not to set up any confessor, exorcist, or pardoner for them. It is a new justice, however, that is necessary, and a new solution, and new philosophers.
The moral earth also is round.
The moral earth also has its antipodes. The antipodes also have their right to exist. There is still another world to discover, and more than one. Aboard ship, ye philosophers. 290. One thing is needful. To, quote, give style, unquote, to one's character. That is a grand and a rare art. He who surveys all that his nature presents in its strength and in its weakness, and then fashions it into an ingenious plan until everything appears artistic and rational, and even the weaknesses enchant the eye, exercises that admirable art. Here there has been a great amount of second nature added, there a portion of first nature has been taken away. In both cases, with long exercise and daily labour at the task, here the ugly, which does not permit of being taken away, has been concealed. There it has been reinterpreted into the sublime. Much of the vague, which refuses to take form, has been reserved and utilised for the perspectives. It is meant to give a hint of the remotest and immeasurable. In the end, when the work has been completed, it is revealed how it was the constraint of the same taste that organised and fashioned it in whole and in part.
Whether the taste was good or bad
is of less importance than one thinks. It is sufficient that it was a taste. It will be the strong imperious natures which experience their most refined joy in such constraint, in such confinement and perfection under their own law. The passion of their violent volition
lessens at the sight of all disciplined nature,
all conquered and ministering nature. Even when they have palaces to build and gardens to lay out, it is not to their taste to allow nature to be free. It is the reverse with weak characters who have not power over themselves, and hate the restriction of style. They feel that if this repugnant constraint were laid upon them,
they would necessarily become vulgarised under it.
They become slaves as soon as they serve. They hate service. Such intellects, they may be intellects of the first rank, are always concerned with fashioning and interpreting themselves and surroundings as free nature, wild, arbitrary, fantastic, confused, and surprising. And it is well for them to do so, because only in this manner can they please themselves. For one thing is needful, namely, that man should attain to satisfaction with himself, be it but through this or that fable or artifice. It is only then that man's aspect is at all endurable. He who is dissatisfied with himself is ever ready to avenge himself on that account. We others will be his victims, if only in having always to endure his ugly aspect. For the aspect of the ugly makes one mean and sad. 291. Genoa. I have looked upon this city, its villas and pleasure grounds, and the wide circuit of its inhabited heights and slopes for a considerable time. In the end, I must say that I see countenances out of past generations. This district is strewn with the images of bold and autocratic men. They have lived, and have wanted to live on. They say so with their houses, built and decorated for centuries, and not for the passing hour. They were well disposed to life, however ill-disposed they may often have been towards themselves. I always see the builder, how he casts his eye on all that is built around him far and near, and likewise on the city, the sea, and the chain of mountains. How he expressed power and conquest with his gaze, all this he wished to fit into his plan, and in the end make it his property, by its becoming a portion of the same. The whole district is overgrown with this superb, insatiable egotism for the desire to possess and exploit, and these men when abroad recognised no frontiers, and in their thirst for the new placed a new world beside the old, so also at home everything rose up against everyone else, and devised some mode of expressing his superiority, and of placing between himself and his neighbour his personal illimitableness. Every one won for himself his home once more by overpowering it with his architectural thoughts, and by transforming it into a delightful sight for his race. When we consider the modes of building cities in the north, the law and the general delight in legality and obedience imposed upon us, we thereby divine the propensity to equality and submission which must have ruled in those builders. Here, however, on turning every corner you find a man by himself who knows the sea, knows adventure, and knows the Orient, a man who is averse to law and to neighbour, as if it bored him to have to do with them, a man who scans all that is already old and established with envious glances. With a wonderful craftiness of fantasy, he would like, at least in thought, to establish this anew, to lay his hand upon it, and introduce his meaning into it, if only for the passing hour of a sunny afternoon, when for once his insatiable and melancholy soul feels satiety, and when only what is his own, and nothing strange, may show itself to his eye. 292. To the Preachers of Morality. I do not mean to moralise, but to those who do, I would give this advice. If you mean ultimately to deprive the best things and the best conditions of all honour and worth, continue to speak of them in the same way as heretofore. Put them at the head of your morality, and speak from morning till night of the happiness of virtue, of repose of the soul, of righteousness, and of reward and punishment in the nature of things. According as you go on in this manner, all these good things will finally acquire a popularity and a street cry for themselves. But then all gold on them will also be worn off, and more besides, all the gold in them will have changed into lead. Truly you understand the reverse art of alchemy, the depreciating of the most valuable things. Try for once another recipe, in order not to realise as hitherto the opposite of what you mean to attain. Deny those good things, withdraw from them the applause of the populace and discourage spreading of them. Make them once more the concealed chastity of solitary souls, and say, morality is something forbidden. Perhaps you will thus win over for those things the sort of men who are only of any account. I mean the heroic. But then there must be something formidable in them, and not as hitherto something disgusting. Might one not be inclined to say at present, with reference to morality, what Master Eckhart says, I pray to God to deliver me from God. 293. Our Atmosphere. We know it well, in him who only casts a glance now and then at science, as when taking a walk, (paren), in the manner of women, and alas, also many artists, (paren), the strictness in its service, its inexorability, in small matters as well as in great, the rapacity in weighing, judging, and condemning, producing something of a feeling of giddiness and fright. It is especially terrifying to him that the hardest is here demanded, that the best is done without the reward of praise or distinction. It is rather as among soldiers. Almost nothing but blame and sharp reprimand is heard. For doing well prevails here as the rule, doing ill as the exception. The rule, however, has here, as everywhere, a silent tongue. It is the same with this "severity of science" as with the manners and politeness of the best society. It frightens the uninitiated. He, however, who is accustomed to it, does not like to live anywhere but in this clear, transparent, powerful, and highly electrified atmosphere, this manly atmosphere. Anywhere else it is not pure and airy enough for him. He suspects that there his best art would neither be properly advantageous to anyone else, nor a delight to himself, that through misunderstandings half his life would slip through his fingers, that much foresight, much concealment and reticence would constantly be necessary. Nothing but great and useless losses of power. In this keen and clear element, however, he has his entire power. Here he can fly. Why should he again go down to these muddy waters, where he has to swim and wade and soil his wings? No! There it is too hard for us to live. We cannot help it that we are born for the atmosphere, the pure atmosphere, we rivals of the ray of light, and that we should like best to ride it on the atoms of ether, not away from the sun, but towards the sun. That, however, we cannot do. So we want to do the only thing that is in our power, namely to bring light to the earth. We want to be "the light of the earth," and for that purpose we have our wings and our swiftness and our severity. On that account we are manly, and even terrible like the fire. Let those fear us who do not know how to warm and brighten themselves by our influence. 294. Against the disparages of nature. They are disagreeable to me, those men in whom every natural inclination forthwith becomes a disease, something disfiguring or even disgraceful. They have seduced us to the opinion that the inclinations and impulses of men are evil. They are the cause of our great injustice to our own nature and to all nature. There are enough of men who may yield to their impulses gracefully and carelessly, but they do not do so for fear of that imaginary "evil thing" in nature. That is the cause why there is so little nobility to be found among men, the inclination of which will always be to have no fear of oneself, to expect nothing disgraceful from oneself, to fly without hesitation whithersoever we are impelled, we free-born birds. Wherever we come, there will always be freedom and sunshine around us. 295. Short-lived habits. I love short-lived habits, and regard them as an invaluable means for getting a knowledge of many things and various conditions, to the very bottom of their sweetness and bitterness. My nature is altogether arranged for short-lived habits, even in the needs of its bodily health, and in general, as far as I can see, from the lowest up to the highest matters. I always think that this will at last satisfy me permanently. The short-lived habit has also the characteristic belief of passion, and belief in everlasting duration. I am to be envied for having found it and recognised it, and then it nourishes me at noon and at eve, and spreads a profound satisfaction around me and in me, so that I have no longing for anything else, not needing to compare or despise or hate. But one day the habit has had its time, the good thing separates from me, not as something which then inspires disgust in me, but peaceably, and as though satisfied with me, as I am with it. As if we had to be mutually thankful, and thus shook hands for farewell. And already the new habit waits at the door, and similarly also my belief, indestructible fool and sage that I am, that this new habit will be the right one, the ultimate right one, so that it is with me as regards to foods, thoughts, men, cities, poems, music, doctrines, arrangements of the day and modes of life. On the other hand, I hate permanent habits, and feel as if a tyranny had come into my neighbourhood, as if my life's breath condensed, when events take such a form that permanent habits seem necessary to grow out of them, for example, through an official position, through constant companion with the same persons, through a settled abode, or a uniform state of health. Indeed, from the bottom of my soul I am gratefully disposed to all my misery and sickness, and to whatever is imperfect in me, because such things leave me 100 back doors through which I can escape from permanent habits. The most unendurable thing, to be sure, the really terrible thing would be life without habits, a life which continually required improvisation. That would be my banishment and my Siberia. 296. A fixed reputation. A fixed reputation was formerly a matter of the very greatest utility, and wherever society continues to be ruled by the herd instinct, it is still the most suitable for every individual to give to his character and business the appearance of unalterableness, even when they are not so in reality. Quote, "One can rely on him, he remains the same." Unquote. That is the praise which has most significance in all dangerous conditions of society. Society feels with satisfaction that it has a reliable tool ready at all times in the virtue of this one, in the ambition of that one, and in the reflection and passion of a third one. It honours this tool-like nature, this self-constancy, this unchangeableness in opinions, efforts, and even in faults, with the highest honours. Such a valuation, which prevails and has prevailed everywhere simultaneously with the morality of custom, educates "characters," and brings all changing, relearning and self-transformation into disrepute. Be the advantage of this mode of thinking ever so great otherwise, it is in any case the mode of judging which is the most injurious to knowledge. For precisely the goodwill of the knowing one ever to declare himself unhesitatingly as opposed to his former opinions, and in general to be distrustful of all that wants to be fixed in him, is here condemned and brought into disrepute. The disposition of the thinker, as incompatible with a "fixed reputation," is regarded as dishonourable, while the petrification of opinions has all the honour to itself. We have at present still to live under the interdict of such rules. How difficult it is to live here when one feels that the judgment of many millenniums is around one and against one!
It is probable that for many millenniums knowledge was affected with a bad conscience, and there must have been much self-contempt and secret misery in the history of the greatest intellects. 297. Ability to contradict. Everyone knows at present that the ability to endure contradiction is a high indication of culture. Some people even know that the higher man courts opposition, and provokes it, so as to get a cue to his hitherto unknown partiality. But the ability to contradict, the attainment of good conscience in hostility to the accustomed, the traditional and the hallowed, that is more than both the above-named abilities, and is the really great, new, and astonishing thing in our culture, the step of all steps of the emancipated intellect. Who knows that? 298. A sigh. I caught this notion on the way, and rapidly took the readiest poor words to hold it fast, so that it might not again fly away. And now it has died in these dry words, and hangs and flaps about in them, and now I hardly know when I look upon it how I could have had such happiness when I caught this bird. 299. What one should learn from artists. What means have we for making things beautiful, attractive, and desirable when they are not so? And I suppose that they are never so in themselves. We have here something to learn from physicians, when, for example, they dilute what is bitter, or put wine and sugar into their mixing bowl. But we have still more to learn from artists, who in fact are continually concerned in devising such inventions and artifices. To withdraw from things until one no longer sees much of them, until one has even to see things into them, in order to see them at all, or to view them from the side and as in a frame, or to place them so they partly disguise themselves, and only permit of perspective views, or to look at them through coloured glass, or in the light of the sunset, or to furnish them with a surface or skin which is not fully transparent. We should learn all this from artists, and moreover be wiser than they, for this fine power of theirs usually ceases with them when art ceases and life begins. We, however, want to be the poets of our life, and first of all in the smallest and most commonplace matters. 300. Prelude to Science. Do you believe, then, that the sciences would have arisen and grown up if the sorcerers, alchemists, astrologers, and witches had not been their forerunners? Those who, with their promising and foreshadowing, had first to create a thirst, a hunger, and a taste for hidden and forbidden powers? Yea, that infinitely more had to be promised than could ever be fulfilled, in order that something might be fulfilled in the domain of knowledge. Perhaps the whole of religion also may appear to some distant age as an exercise and a prelude, in the manner as the prelude and preparation of science here exhibit themselves, though not at all practised and regarded as such. Perhaps religion may have been peculiar means for enabling individual men to enjoy but once the entire self-satisfaction of a God, and all his self-redeeming power. Indeed, one may ask, would man have learned at all to get on the tracks of hunger and thirst for himself, and to extract satiety and fullness out of himself, without that religious schooling and preliminary history? Had Prometheus first had to fancy that he had stolen the light, and he did penance for the theft, in order finally to discover that he had created the light, in that he had longed for the light, and that not only man, but also God had been the work of his hand, and the clay of his hands, all mere creations of the Creator, just an illusion, the theft, the Caucasus, the vulture, and the whole tragic Promethea of all thinkers? 301. Illusion of the Contemplative. Higher men are distinguished from lower by seeing and hearing immensely more, and in a thoughtful manner. And it is precisely this that distinguishes men from the animal, and the higher animal from the lower. The world always becomes fuller for him who grows up to the full stature of humanity. There are always more interesting fishing hooks thrown out to him. The number of his stimuli is continually on the increase, and similarly the varieties of his pleasure and pain. The higher man becomes always at the same time happier and unhappier. An illusion, however, is his constant accompaniment all along. He thinks he is placed as a spectator and auditor before the great pantomime and concert of life. He calls his nature a contemplative nature, and thereby overlooks the fact that he himself is also a real creator and continuous poet of life, that he no doubt differs greatly from the actor in this drama, the so-called practical man, but differs still more from the mere onlooker or spectator before the stage. There is a certain vis contemplativa and re-examination of his work peculiar to him as poet, but at the same time, and first and foremost, he has the vis creativa which the practical man or doer lacks, whatever appearance and current belief may say to the contrary. It is we who think and feel, that actually and unceasingly make something which does not yet exist. The whole eternally increasing world of valuations, colours, weights, perspectives, gradations, affirmations and negations. This composition of ours is continually learnt, practised and translated into flesh and actuality, and even into the commonplace, by the so-called practical man, paren, our actors, as we have said, end paren. Whatever has value in the present world has not it by itself, by its nature. Nature is always worthless, but a value was once given to it, bestowed upon it, and it was we who gave and bestowed. We only created the world which is of any account to man. But it is precisely this knowledge that we lack, and when we have gotten it for a moment, we have forgotten it the next. We misunderstood our highest power, we contemplative men, and estimate ourselves at too low a rate. We are neither as proud or as happy as we might be. 302. The danger of the happiest ones. To have fine senses and a fine taste, to be accustomed to the select and the intellectually best as our proper and readiest fare, to be blessed with a strong, bold and daring soul, to go through life with a quiet eye and a firm step, ever ready for the worst as a festival, and full of longing for the undiscovered worlds and seas, men and gods, to listen to all joyous music, as if there were perhaps brave men, soldiers and seafarers, took a brief repose and enjoyment, and in the profoundest pleasure of the moment were overcome with tears and the whole purple melancholy of happiness. Who would not like all this to be his possession, his condition? It was the happiness of Homer, the condition of him who invented the gods of the Greeks, nay, who invented his gods for himself. But let us not conceal the fact that with this happiness of Homer in one's soul,
one is more liable to suffer than any other creature under the sun. And only at this price do we purchase the most precious pearl that the waves of existence have hitherto washed ashore. As its possessor, one always becomes more sensitive to pain, and at last too sensitive. A little displeasure and loathing sufficed in the end to make Homer disgusted with life. He was unable to solve a foolish little riddle, which some young fishers proposed to him. Yes, the little riddles are the dangers of the happiest ones.
303. Two happy ones. Certainly this man, notwithstanding his youth, understands the improvisations of life, and astonishes even the acutest observers. For it seems that he never makes a mistake, although he constantly plays the most hazardous games. One is reminded of the improvising masters of the musical art, to whom even the listeners would fain ascribe a divine infallibility of the hand, notwithstanding that they now and then make a mistake, as every mortal is liable to do. But they are skilled and inventive, and always ready in a moment to arrange into the structure of the score the most accidental tone, paren, where the jerk of a finger or a humour brings it about, end paren, and to animate the accident with a fine meaning and a soul. Here is quite a different man. Everything that he intends and plans fails with him in the long run. That on which he has now and again set his heart has already brought him several times to the abyss, and to the very verge of ruin. And if he has not yet got out of the scrape, it certainly has not been merely with a "black eye." Do you think he is unhappy over it? He resolved long ago not to regard his own wishes and plans as of so much importance. If this does not succeed with me, he says to himself, perhaps that will succeed, and, on the whole, I do not know but that I am under more obligation to thank my failures than any of my successes. Am I made to be headstrong and to wear the bull's horns? That which constitutes the worth and the sum of life for me lies somewhere else. I know more of life because I have been so often on the point of losing it, and on that account I have more of life than any of you. 304. In doing we leave undone. In the main, all those moral systems are distasteful to me which say, "Do not do this, renounce, overcome thyself." On the other hand, I am favourable to those moral systems which stimulate me to do something, and to do it again from morning until evening, and dream of it at night, and think of nothing else, but to do it well as is possible for me alone. For him who so lives, there falls off one after the other the things that do not pertain to such a life, without hatred or antipathy. He sees this take leave of him to-day, and that to-morrow, like the yellow leaves which ever livelier breeze strips from the tree. Or he does not see at all that they take leave of him, so firmly is his eye fixed upon his goal, and generally forward, not sideways, backwards, or downwards. Our doing must determine that which we leave undone. In that we do, we leave undone. So it pleases me. So runs my placitum. But I do not wish to strive with open eyes for my impoverishment. I do not like any of the negative virtues, whose very essence is negation or self-renunciation. 305. Self-control. Those moral teachers who first and foremost order men to get himself into his own power, induce thereby a curious infirmity in him, namely, a constant sensitiveness with reference to all natural strivings and inclinations, and as it were a sort of itching. Whatever may henceforth drive him, draw him, allure or impel him, whether internally or externally, it always seems to this sensitive being as if his self-control were in danger. He is no longer at liberty to trust himself to any instinct, to any free flight, but stands constantly with defensive mien, armed against himself, with sharp distrustful eye, the eternal watcher of his stronghold, to which office he has appointed himself. Yes, he can be great in that position, but how unendurable he has now become to others, how difficult even for himself to bear, how impoverished and cut off from the finest accidents of his soul, yea, even from all further instruction! For we must be able to lose ourselves at times, if we want to learn something of what we have not in ourselves. 306. Stoic and Epicurean. The Epicurean selects the situations, the persons, and even the events which suit his extremely sensitive intellectual constitution. He renounces the rest, that is to say, by far the greater part of experience, because it would be too strong and too heavy fare for him. The Stoic, on the contrary, accustoms himself to swallow stones and vermin, glass splinters and scorpions, without feeling any disgust. His stomach is meant to become indifferent in the end to all that the accidents of existence cast at it. He reminds one of the Arabic sect of the Asaura, with which the French became acquainted in Algiers, and like those insensible persons, he also likes well to have an invited public at the exhibition of his insensibility, the very thing the Epicurean willingly dispenses with. He has of course his "garden." Stoicism may well be advisable for men with whom fate improvises, for those who live in violent times and are dependent on abrupt and changeable individuals. He, however, who anticipates that fate will permit him to spin "a long thread" does well to make his arrangements in Epicurean fashion. All men devoted to intellectual labour have done it hitherto, for it would be a supreme loss to him to forfeit their fine sensibility and acquire the hard, stoical hide with hedgehog prickles in exchange. 307. In favour of criticism. Something now appears to thee as an error, which thou formerly lovest as a truth or as a probability. Thou pushest it from thee, and imagine that thy reason has there gained a victory. But perhaps that error was then, when thou wast still another person. Thou art always another person, just as necessary to thee as all thy present "truths," like a skin, as it were concealed and veiled from thee much which thou still mayest not see. Thy new life, and not thy reason, has slain that opinion for thee. Thou dost not require it any longer, and now it breaks down of its own accord, and the irrationality crawls out of it like a worm into the light. When we make use of criticism, it is not something arbitrary and impersonal. It is, at least very often, a proof that there are livelier, active forces in us which cast a skin, we deny, and must deny, because something in us wants to live and affirm itself, something which we perhaps do not as yet know, do not as yet see. So much in favour of criticism. 308. The history of each day. What is it that constitutes the history of each day for thee? Look at thy habits, of which it consists. Are they the product of numberless little acts of cowardice and laziness, or of thy bravery and inventive reason? Although the two cases are so different, it is possible that men might bestow the same praise upon thee, and that thou mightest also be equally useful to them in the one case as in the other. But praising and utility and respectability may suffice for him whose only desire is to have a good conscience. Not, however, for thee, the "trier of the reins," who hast a consciousness of the conscience. 309. Out of the seventh solitude. One day the wanderer shut a door behind him, stood still, and wept, and then said, "Oh, this inclination and impulse towards the true, the real, the non-apparent, the certain, how I detest it! Why does this gloomy, passionate taskmaster follow just me? I should like to rest, but it does not permit me to do so. Are there not a host of things seducing me to tarry? Everywhere there are gardens of Amida for me, and therefore there will be always fresh separations and fresh bitterness of heart. I set my foot forwards, my weary wounded foot, because I feel I must do this. I often cast grim glances back at the most beautiful things which could not detain me, because they could not detain me. 310. Will and wave. How eagerly this wave comes hither, as if it were a question of its reaching something! How it creeps with frightful haste into the inmost corners of the rocky cliff! It seems that it wants to forestall someone. It seems that something is concealed there that has value, high value. And now it retreats somewhat more slowly, still quite white with excitement. Is it disappointed? Has it found what it sought? Does it merely pretend to be disappointed? But already another wave approaches, still more eagerly and wild than the first, and its soul also seems to be full of secrets and of longing for treasure-seeking. Thus live the waves, thus live we who exercise will. I do not say more. But what? Ye distrust me? Ye are angry at me, ye beautiful monsters. Do ye fear that I will quite betray your secret? Well, just be angry with me. Raise your green, dangerous bodies as high as ye can. Make a wall between me and the sun, as a present. Verily, there is now nothing more left of the world save green twilight and green lightning flashes. Do as ye will, ye wanton creatures, roar with delight and wickedness, or dive under again, pour your emeralds down into the depths, and cast your endless white tresses of foam and spray over them. It is all the same to me, for all is so well with you, and I am so pleased with you for it all. How could I betray you? For, take this to heart, I know you and your secret, I know your race. You and I are indeed of one race. you and I have indeed one secret. 311. Broken lights. We are not always brave, and when we are weary, people of our stamp are liable to lament occasionally in this wise, quote, "It is so hard to cause pain to men. Oh, that it should be necessary! What good is it to live concealed, when we do not want to keep ourselves that which causes vexation? Would it not be more advisable to live in the madding crowd, and compensate individuals for sins that are committed and must be committed against mankind in general? Foolish with fools, vain with the vain, enthusiastic with the enthusiasts? Would that not be reasonable when there is such an inordinate amount of divergence in the main? When I hear of the malignity of others against me, is not my first feeling that of satisfaction? It is well that it should be so. I seem to myself to say to them, I am so little in harmony with you, and have so much truth on my side, see henceforth that ye be merry at my expense as often as ye can. Here are my defects and mistakes, here are my illusions, my bad taste, my confusion, my tears, my vanity, my owlish concealment, my contradictions. Here you have something to laugh at. Laugh then, and enjoy yourselves. I am not adverse to the law and nature of things, which is that defects and errors should give pleasure. To be sure, there were once more glorious times, when as soon as any one got an idea, however moderately new it might be, he would think himself so indispensable as to go out into the street with it and call to everybody, "Behold, the kingdom of heaven is at hand." I should not miss myself if I were a-wanting. We are none of us indispensable. As we have said, however, we do not think thus when we are brave. We do not think about it at all. 312. My dog. I have given a name to my suffering, and I call it, quote, dog, unquote. It is just as faithful, just as inopportune and shameless, just as entertaining, just as wise as any other dog. I can domineer over it, I can vent my bad humour over it, as others do with their dogs, servants, and wives. End of Book 4th, Sanctus Januarius, Part 1.